Spirit Lady, The Gift of Robin Song. Written by Robin Alexis. Read by Michelle Kennison. Note from the author. This work was originally published in 2008 as Robin Song, Treasure Your Soul's Wisdom, and came into existence with the editorial expertise of Pavarti Marcus, to whom I am ever grateful. This newly expanded version, retitled Spirit Lady, The Gift of Robin Song, is an extensively revised and more in-tune narrative about a woman who has realized that loving herself is a moment-to-moment process and imperative to truly loving others. When CJ Obrey and I began to work together to produce this book, we used a collaborative protocol that was new to both of us: live editing. She reviewed my revised narrative and highlighted certain parts that she needed to speak with me about, and we would meet by telephone or video call to work through the marked pages. During these recorded calls, we began to have inexplicable difficulty with the computer. Sometimes it would just all of a sudden start spacing out entire pages or generating garbled text and images that had nothing to do with the book. It dawned on us that maybe there was an interfering energy, so as a medium, I decided to tune in to see if it might be a spirit. Lo and behold, it was. It was CJ's mother and my mother putting in their 2 cents about how they wanted this book to be written. It was very important to them. They said that as we express the journey of this story, it's their story as well, and that as we heal, they heal too. CJ's dad even showed up to add his voice. He wanted to let us know that men need to hear this message too. He said when he was in human form, he responded to women from a certain perspective based on what he had been taught. Now that he was on the other side, he can see the truth, and he wanted us to know he supports us in speaking that truth. I am so grateful for his insights, for reminding me that although this book seems to be primarily addressed to women, because I am a woman living women's experiences, the lessons are the same for us all. We're all souls. The soul does not have a gender, but because we are born into human form, we come as individuals, with the variable physical traits that allow the species to reproduce and survive. And over time, those variables have been interpreted and codified as immutable. In short, the message from our parents is that we need to learn and teach others to recognize the patriarchal lie that power should be rooted in gender. It's very important for us to understand that as we stop believing the lie, as we know better and do better, we heal ourselves. We strengthen the sisterhood of those who are in body today, and we also help our ancestors to heal. Our angel parents are also really excited because CJ and I are going to be writing future books together about our ancestors, and my mother is channeling a book through me called Love Letters from Heaven, 3 Peas in a Pod, which will be released next year. Robin Alexis, January 2022. Preface to the revised edition of Spirit Lady, The Gift of Robin Song. Greetings! I am Robin's mother. I'm deceased now. I have the luxury of having a daughter who is a medium, so I have asked her to channel this message so I may personally introduce you to her. As you will soon read in this book, for decades of her life, I certainly didn't believe Robin's abilities were authentic. For many reasons, I was quite short-tempered with Robin just when she needed me the most. But that is her story to tell. At the end of this book, Robin mentions that before I died, I gave her a piece of paper with writing on it and asked her to finish her book with my words. Those words were my repentance. Robin has kindly included my writing at the end of her story. As you undoubtedly know, when we become parents, many of us have no idea what we are doing. Especially in my day, most parents did not have the luxury of understanding conscious parenting. Babies seem to kind of show up out of nowhere, like some kind of fairy dust, sometimes when you least expected or wanted them. Such was the case with Robin. Robin's children grew up knowing their conception was cherished and that they were uniquely loved. It didn't take a psychic to know that wasn't the way it was for Robin. It wasn't that my husband and I didn't want more children. It was just wretched timing for a third child, as you will soon read. I resented Robin. I loved her, but it was an energetic and financial burden for her father and me. The extended family, who would often help us out of a pinch, weren't thrilled with the news that a third child was on the way, and we just never shook it off. It really soured our relationship with Robin, and unfortunately, it nearly tore our family apart. Throw into the mix that Robin was peculiar, and her father and I simply didn't know what to make of her. We really thought, to put it bluntly, that she had a screw loose. Little did we know that our daughter was a gift from God, with God-given gifts. Thankfully, we did eventually come to realize just how unique Robin is. It took me actually dying before my husband and I experienced the reality that bodies die, but souls do not. And that as husband and wife, we could still communicate on a soul level. Not everyone can accept the process of grief and move through that sense of loss and experience a way to connect life after death. Through Robin's gifts and our awakening to them within ourselves, we feel that our family can share our trials and tribulations and miscommunications around an experience that all humans will have: death. How do we want to perceive it? Robin uses her gifts to teach us all how to love and to trust our own knowing. To get to this point, though, Robin first had to learn these things for herself. That learning process was painful and often dangerous for her. I am so grateful she survived and learned to use her gifts to help others. You are about to read her gutsy memoir. Let this preface be your tease, dear reader. Enjoy this book, Spirit Lady, The Gift of Robin Song. I also invite you to look forward to the release of Robin's third book, Love Letters from Heaven, 3 Peas in a Pod. Love Letters is the story of a phone call between Robin and her father, summarizing what she channeled from me during my death process when I was in a comatose state, and after I ascended into heaven. From my new post-body perspective, I could see that it was very hard for Robin as a medium to grieve the loss of her mother while also maintaining her role as a grieving daughter, sister, wife, mother, and grandmother. But Introduction. As you are about to read in this book, it has been normal for me throughout my entire life to have spiritual encounters with angelic beings and the like. For many years, my perception of myself for having those encounters was that I was somehow overly sensitive or worse. I harshly judged myself as I had been taught to do. I had been taught that I should be able to control or block the supernatural encounters I was experiencing, and that it was evil for me to fail to prevent them from occurring. I know now that those teachings were based in fear, that my mother, especially, was worried that I would be an outcast for life if other people knew what I was seeing and learning. She was protecting me the only way she knew how, but it meant that I perceived myself as flawed and led me to judge my authentic self as dangerous and broken. Over the decades of my life, a lot of those intense spiritual awakenings would happen in the month of August. All 3 of the near-death experiences that you are about to read occurred in the month of August. This book is my public acknowledgement of my acceptance of my spiritual gifts and my learning to love and live as my authentic self. This may bring pain and grief, but hiding and pretending to be something I'm not carries its own profound burdens and sorrows. If I must suffer, I would rather it be for living in light and truth. This acknowledgement was a long time in coming. How and when did I know it was time for me to come out? On a hot August summer day in 2003, I finally felt like a self-confident, spiritually mature adult living in Beverly Hills. I had largely learned to let go of my mother's view of me and developed a genuine appreciation of my own uniqueness. I was sitting alone in my backyard, just behind a patch of mint. I could smell the mint as the warmth from the sun brought out its fragrance. In that quiet moment, Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene appeared to me, to my human eyes, not just my third eye. I literally saw them standing before me. I could blink and the vision of them remained stable. Jesus stood on my left and Mary Magdalene on my right. Jesus spoke.
Mary and I are your soul's parents. You have known this for quite some time, but have forgotten it or you deny it. What we are about to bequeath to you, if you accept this invitation, is the wisdom of all our life lessons. It is time for you to inherit the wisdom of our union and to pass this wisdom along to others. This consecration will align your soul and your senses to the divine within you. It will be a cleansing of light so powerful that it could possibly kill your body to receive it. Do you desire it?
I wasn't about to let this good thing pass me by. I immediately said yes. As a gold ball of light entered my third eye, a wave of love came over me. I fell to the ground like a leaf falling from a tree in the autumn air. I lay on the ground, fully cognizant of the increase of my ability to sense my surroundings. I felt like my spirit and my ability to create had become one. I was more present. I knew my soul's purpose was now more refined. Jesus spoke again.
Share this gift with others.
Then the vision of Jesus and Mary evaporated. As I lay surrounded by sun-warmed mint, I knew in those seconds that I had been summoned. I was left with the knowing, with the gifts of affirmation and celebration of my ability to function as an agent for transformation. I knew then that it was time to publish this book. Robin Alexis. A word of caution. Most of us, perhaps all of us, have experienced some form of trauma in our lives, and trauma can sometimes affect us in surprising ways. Please be aware that this story, although it has a positive outcome, discusses domestic abuse, rape, and other violent events that may be upsetting to some readers. Take whatever care you need as you read. My story is one of survival, love, and growth. I wish the same for you. Robin Alexis. Part 1. The lotus flower, regarded in many different cultures as a symbol of enlightenment, purity, self-regeneration, and rebirth, to me, serves as a perfect analogy for the divine feminine. Even when it is rooted in the murkiest waters, the lotus produces a glorious blossom. Chapter 1. I remember being in my mother's womb. I didn't want to be coming back into the matter. Whatever have I gotten myself into? A fetus? Why did I choose to come here again? Where are my soul parents? Why have I been entrusted to earthly parents? What lessons did we agree to? I hate not knowing. I heard the woman who housed my soul talking about me. So I bilocated outside my fetal form to see what was going on. At 6 months gestation, not yet limited by human restrictions, I was eavesdropping. The scenario confirmed that, indeed, I was attached to a fetus. My thoughts were dire. I am developing into a human being again. I will forget that I'm a being of love. I will forget that the purpose of the universe is the creation of love, that the purpose of being is the secretion of love. I screamed in agony. I felt punished, not privileged. Why? Why did I choose to come again? Was there a cancellation clause? The family situation I was witnessing triggered memories of past lives into my developing cells. I knew I would forget all that I already knew. Then came the day of no return. I scrunched my body, willing myself to hang on to my mother's womb. But like a raft on white water, I was heading down the current of the river, destined to be born in the world. Mother! Mother, no! I'm going to cause pain. You think this delivery is difficult. Just wait until you feel the agony of watching me develop. Don't push me out. My mother's ears were deaf to my threats. I resisted her contractions with all my tenacious strength, but I was only making our destinies more difficult. But you won't want me, Mother. Our time together will cause us so much emotional anguish. What a fool you are. You don't remember your sacred contract anymore. Otherwise, you wouldn't want me. I'm going to be a burden. I tried to warn you. I don't want to feel guilty about living. No, Mother. No, Mother. No, Mother. Don't let me out. That dumb doctor put his hands inside my mother and turned me around. No, no. With one tremendous push, I was slithering down the birth canal. My head was out. The doctor escorted my shoulders. Breath. Cry of outrage. I was born 10 minutes before April Fool's Day. Angry, screaming. They thought it was cute. My mother was happy that I wasn't born on April Fool's Day. She seemed happier about that than about finding out I was a girl. As she held me in her arms in her hospital room, she claimed that she looked out the window and saw a robin. She was astounded that this harbinger of spring had landed on her windowsill at such an early date. My mother said the robin bird told her to name me Robin. Prior to my birth, my maternal grandmother had persuaded my parents that if the baby turned out to be a girl, she would be named Matilda Viola, the middle names of both my grandmothers. My mother was certain I would be a boy, and she wouldn't have to saddle me with those horrible names. Now, braving her mother's wrath, she named me Robin. For one moment in her whole life, she trusted her own knowing, and, over time, I had to learn to do the same thing. It is remarkable that my mother stood up to her mother over the naming of me. The whole experience of being born and adjusting to being back in a breathing human body pretty much squelched my memory. The naming was like a door shutting, or perhaps like the curtains closing after a play. When she named me Robin, I forgot about my gestational memories until after I started having near-death experiences. Easter Sunday, 1959. My mother and father are 26 years old. I am 4, the youngest of 3 children. My brother Cliff is 7. My sister Julie is 6, 11 months younger than Cliff. That is a big deal to my mother. We are attending the United Methodist Church in Conway, New Hampshire. My grandmother, my mother's mother, had taken us shopping for our Easter clothes. It is the only day of the year I don't wear hand-me-downs from my big sister. This is not the first time I am aware that appearance is far more important than physical comfort. It doesn't matter that my petticoat has so much starch in it, I can barely sit down. or that my sister cried for 15 minutes because she had to stand submissively in front of my mother while getting her hair brushed hard so it would shine. I am told I look like my mother, and my hair is chopped off as short as possible in a pixie cut. My sister is always told she is the pretty one. My brother wears a suit and a bow tie. If he weren't my brother, I would have to admit that he looks pretty cute. We 3 kids are all very polished looking. We look like the perfect all-American family on Easter Sunday. The family crowded into our clean car, and we drove in strained silence. At the door of the church, we stood in line with smiles pasted on our faces like proper little Christians, waiting to be greeted by the church ushers. What a grand spectacle! You would have thought we had been invited to the royal second coming of Christ. I am self-conscious as our family is led to sit in the front row. Do I look pretty enough? As other people are ushered in, I turn around to watch. My mother says that is rude behavior. I ask my mother, who made up these rules? She thinks I am rude for asking the question. She says, they do. Who are they? She gives me one of her looks to let me know I am about to be disowned. During the minister's teaching, I feel the presence of Jesus. The Spirit calls me to stand up in the pew and look to the back of the church. Pointing with my chubby finger, I scream in delight. Mommy, there's Jesus! He's already back! He's standing in the back of the church. Look! No one is delighted. The proper people around us cover the smirks on their faces, as my mother, embarrassed again by my imagination, grabs my arm and pulls me down into the seat next to her. My inappropriate outburst clearly broke the rules. My legs slap down hard onto the wooden pew, and the material from my clothes scratches. Mother fumbles in her purse and gives me an orange lifesaver. I am humiliated by what the people think of me, and sorry that I made my mother angry. As I suck on the lifesaver, I desperately want to turn around again and see the glorious Spirit of the Christ. But I know better than to incur the wrath of the world. Here, a sugary treat is the sweetness of life, not the Holy Spirit. No wonder I hadn't wanted to be born. Perhaps this is why I was so unique. When I was 3 years old, on a miserable hot day in August, I drowned. I remember it vividly. 3 families' worth of sticky, sweaty children tumbled out of the car and scampered in bare feet down the scalding hot, sandy bank to the clean, cool Connecticut River below. As my feet grew accustomed to the cool water, I heard my mother tell my brother and sister to keep an eye on me. Anyway, I knew the rules. Don't go in the water up over your knees. Don't go near the drop-off. I shielded my eyes and looked up at the covered bridge. I watched my brother and sister take their places in line under the bridge. Even now, many years later, I can still hear the rope creaking as I remember how, one by one, the kids took turns swinging from it. I heard them splash into the water. I heard them screaming and laughing. I watched the water ripple out. I saw them go under the water and rise back up out of it. I wanted to be a big kid. I couldn't stand in line. I was too little. I didn't know how to swim. I glanced over to where Mom was sitting. Swirls of smoke from her cigarette floated up from one hand, while another grasped a thick green glass Coke bottle. She was really living it up with her friends. Cliff and Julie were having fun too. I tried to catch minnows in my bucket, but they wouldn't go in. Even the minnows didn't want to play with me. No one was paying attention to me. I decided to go for a swim. I kicked my legs and walked around on the sandy bottom with my hands. A mean little boy whose mother had just yelled at him for not playing fair came up out of the water watched me briefly, and said, "You're not really swimming." I was embarrassed that he was making fun of me. I decided to see if I could swim. I dunked my whole head under the water and opened my eyes. I lifted my arms and moved them like water wings, unknowingly inching toward the drop-off. I lost my balance and began to fall. I kicked and swiveled in search of the surface. I was sinking. I was scared. What if my feet touched the bottom? Mom had said there were leeches on the floor of the deep part. I kept my teeth clenched tight together so fish wouldn't swim into my mouth. My feet touched the silt at the bottom. I looked up and saw the sun shining through the water. My chest hurt. Then, pop. There was no time left. No one heard my silent screaming. No one heard my telepathic cry for help. No one noticed that I was not visible. I saw a fairy, like the one in the Walt Disney movies on TV Sunday nights. Tinkerbell. She waved her wand and I saw my body floating in the water, my hair moving in the river currents. My body was motionless. I began to see a movie of my present life and other lives playing backwards. At the end of my movie, I saw a man in a white robe floating towards me. He wasn't in the water. He was in the air. His robe billowed gently. His hair flowed softly around his head. I asked him why the movie had stopped. I noticed I couldn't see his feet. He smiled. The next moment, I was sitting on a stone bench under olive trees in the Garden of Gethsemane. I could feel the uncannily familiar cool stone under my thighs. He spoke to me for a long time. He told me that if I could survive the first part of my life, which would be a very, very hard thing to accomplish, that I would move to the place where movies are made. Footnote. At the time, I couldn't have told you exactly where that place was, only that it was where I understood my favorite childhood movies were created, now known to me generally as Hollywood. I understood him to say that my life going forward would be difficult, but that I must have faith and will myself to survive the years ahead. He also told me that people said bad things about Mary Magdalene, but they weren't true. He told me not to be frightened. He told me to be courageous like she had been. He said his birth and how he was raised were the miracles in his life. Even as a very young child, I had a firm understanding of things Jesus had told me. But I didn't always have words to explain it well to other people. My inability to articulate my experience became a burden that I have carried through my entire life. He told me that if I made it through the first half of my life, there were two things I would come to know. He said that Mary Magdalene was not a prostitute. That information was false and had been injected into the narrative to impugn her reputation as a woman. He also told me that his teaching about reincarnation had been intentionally removed from the Bible. He said again that they took the word reincarnation out of the Bible. He also told me I would remember my past lives and that when I was old enough, I would teach the truth about life. He told me that there were 7 senses. He reminded me that everyone knew about the 5 senses: sight, smell, touch, hearing, and taste. And then he told me about the 6th sense, intuition, and the 7th sense, awareness, perception without judgment. He said the 7th sense is the most important. I asked him why. He said that when we learn to perceive without judgment, we will learn to truly love one another. He told me that I would learn to trust my inner knowing through my life experiences. He told me to be the observer of my life, and that I would learn and become very aware of all my senses. He told me to use my common sense, which I now suspect he would characterize as the eighth sense. The next thing I knew, a man in a red bikini bathing suit was swimming toward me. I was back in my little body. I felt the man grasp my arm and lift me to him. He swam for a little while with me under his arm. Then he handed me to my mother. My mother carried me to her blanket and cradled me. I felt much loved. She cuddled me and rested my head on her chest. I looked up at my mother and told her that I saw a movie in the water with Jesus in it. In that intimate moment, I looked right into her eyes and asked, "Mommy, is Jesus my real daddy?" Mom's reaction was fierce. She leapt up, tossed me from her lap, and began to fold the blanket. I could feel the cool, wet sand sticking to my thighs, my wet bathing suit clinging to my body, the sun kissing my skin, the breeze caressing my cheeks and tousling my hair. Her body language made her feelings very clear. Never ask that question again. I felt like my mother breathed the devil's own breath. Her consternation was a warning to me that I had better drop the idea of sharing with her the rest of what Jesus had said to me. Even in my very young mind, I knew that I was on thin ice. It would be decades before I discussed my moments with Jesus with anyone else. Mom told us kids not to tell Dad what had happened. She said he would be very angry with her for not watching me better. I was ashamed of the trouble I had caused her. Obviously, the survival of our family depended on Dad. If Daddy wasn't happy, somebody was going to pay for it. In the deepest part of me, I already knew that the societal womb we were entrapped in demanded the sin of omission. It was an unwritten code of conduct among the women in our neighborhood. If you didn't admit something happened, it didn't happen. My father would not learn of my drowning until I was an adult. The next day, instead of going back to the beach, we had to cool off on the front lawn by running through the sprinkler. Even though it was really hot, I couldn't make myself run through the sprinkler like the other kids. When my sister asked why I wasn't taking my turn, I said, "I can hear the blades of grass crying when the kids skid across them." She told my mother, who told me that was crazy. I shut off my feelings about the grass. Despite the fact that I was a mystery to my mother, I was glad that I had been born to her and not to her mother. How did my mother survive being raised by my grandmother? Grandmother Farmington used to storm into our house uninvited. If she saw my mother rocking us, holding us, or reading books to us, my grandmother would criticize my mother for any little thing about her housekeeping that wasn't up to her standards. She would criticize her for unfolded laundry. She would comment on the dirty dishes in the sink and tell my mother she wasn't being a good homemaker. My mother would tumble her sleepy babes off her lap and go about the house cleaning, while my grandmother berated her. I wanted to bite my grandmother's ankles. One early morning when the house wasn't clean yet, my mother took us for a sunrise walk around the dingle, which is what my mom called the block. I had my doll in my old baby stroller and felt very grown up as I pretended to be a mommy. When we returned to the house, my grandmother was waiting on the front porch with a broom in her hand and a scowl on her face. By the time my sister was 10, she and I had both passed the stage of believing in Santa Claus. We knew it was Grandmother Farmington who supplied the goods. One Christmas, we innocently gave our very detailed Christmas wish list, addressed to Santa, to our grandmother. My sister specifically requested a certain type of hairdryer that was advertised as being particularly good for long, thick hair like hers. On Christmas morning, when she opened her gifts and the hairdryer was not the correct brand, she looked up at Grandmother Farmington and said, in front of the entire family, "This is not the right hairdryer." Well, you would have thought that hell had frozen over. We got kicked out of grandmothers. My mother surely had failed as a mother to have given birth to such a brazen child. The next Christmas, my grandmother actually gave my sister and me each a brick with a $1 bill taped to it. We got the message loud and clear. Females do not have permission to ask for what they want, and they'd better be grateful for whatever they get. And for God's sakes, make sure your house is clean. As an adult, I wondered why my grandmother was such a domineering matriarch. As I learned more about her and about her ancestry, I realized that she must have experienced the shame of having been in the same family as her great-grandmother, Sarah Williams, known by New Englanders as Sarah the Evangelist. My great-great-grandmother came from the little town of Warren, New Hampshire, and according to Williams' family history, Sarah traveled by foot, teaching her Christian beliefs to anyone who would listen. Sarah Williams kept a diary that surfaced in someone's attic at the same time my niece, Melanie, was writing a paper about her ancestors for a college class. The diary had been inside a box of Sarah's personal papers that ultimately ended up at the Warren Historical Society. It contained letters, newspaper clippings, favorite poems, and entries that described her religious experiences. The story of her faith is truly amazing. Sarah wrote, "You cannot fight or drive the devil out of the world. He will go somewhere to devour somebody." She strongly believed that it was her calling to travel and preach to those who would listen. She laid hands on the sick and healed them. Despite all the people she healed, and those who became Christians after hearing her speak, there were many disbelievers who considered her crazy. At one point, 2 men came to where she was staying at the home of Judge Felton, who was sick. They had heard about a crazy woman who was preaching and claiming she could heal the judge. The men put her in their wagon and drove this small but mighty woman through a snowstorm to her just destination, the Concord home for the insane. As the story goes, she sat demurely between them with a blanket wrapped about her and talked to them about the gospel, but they did not believe her message. She reflected in her journal about their skepticism. They said to themselves, if it was only a man talking as she talks, the time has come when God has poured out his Spirit on his handmaids and they preach. And it was the women that were last at the cross and first at the tomb. A sepulchre. They, the women, had faith and said to themselves, who shall roll away the stone for us from the entrance of the tomb? Mark 16:3. The men dropped her off with the overseer of the poor, telling him that Sarah was insane. After meeting Sarah and talking with her for a few hours, this person decided that Sarah was not insane and allowed her to stay there for a few nights before sending her away with good tidings. Sarah went about her way, healing all those who would let her. Of the many acts of healing Sarah performed, one stood out as the most magnificent. Sister Lydia Smith had been in bed for 10 years and could not talk. She was in great pain until Sarah came to visit. Sarah wrote in her diary, "Told Sister Smith she was going to be healed. How I had the prayer of faith that never failed me. I put my right arm over her and in a few minutes would sing and pray, praising the Lord until morning. And in the morning, she got up and dressed herself and was just as well as she ever was." Praise Jesus! God had healed and made her all sound and whole, and how happily surprised her husband and children were to see her come out in the kitchen and eat breakfast with them. Sarah continued her travels, preaching and attending camp meetings and having spells of crying for her children. She decided at one point that she had to give up her children for good if she was going to be able to give the work of the Lord her complete focus and energy. One day while visiting friends, She went into the barn, knelt down, and prayed. As she related in her journal, I could halt no longer. Choose ye this day what ye will serve. Whosoever loved children more than me. Well, it was grievous, but I could see I should have to give them up, and thinketh no more about them than I do other folks' children. I did not give them up willingly, but was compelled. Sarah made the ultimate sacrifice any woman can make by leaving her children to follow her calling. There were no other options available to her in that time and place. During her time, a woman's work was only in the home. Women generally did not have jobs or travel outside their small circle of family and friends. But for Sarah, the calling was too great to ignore. Her journal tells of, quote, such grief and crying spells for my children, end quote. Sarah's fears of being mocked and labeled as a spiritualist or considered insane were real. Many times, people did not believe in her powers and faith. However, for every disbeliever, there were 10 people who loved her and had only kind words for her. Pasted on the back cover of Sarah's journal was a letter by a woman named Laurel Damon, written to the Warren News in New Hampshire. Perhaps Sarah kept it to read during times of persecution, when she was being labeled as insane. Damon wrote, will you grant me space in your paper to tell your readers what wonderful blessings have come to myself and my family through Sarah the Evangelist, whose home is in your town? She praised Sarah and gave thanks publicly for Sarah's many helpful visits to their town of Lowell, Massachusetts. In the letter, she called Sarah our good angel and ended by saying, let no one, I entreat, doubt that this dear sister is one of God's own or criticize her peculiar methods of carrying on his work. For in my inmost soul, I believe that it were far better that one should not have been born than that he should hurt one of God's little ones, of whom Sarah the Evangelist is not the least. When Sarah died at her son's home, the children ordered flowers all the way from Boston to put at her grave, long white ones that came in a box. They stood the box up and took a picture of the flowers, but when the pictures came back, what they saw was a perfect image of Grammy Sarah's profile. They figured she had special powers even after her death. Yet, because of Sarah's special abilities and her commitment to allow Jesus to work through her as a healer, she was not buried in the family cemetery. Her remains were buried in a neighboring ravine. Her family didn't allow her to be buried with them because of the choice she made to leave them and work according to her soul's desire. My great-great-grandmother Sarah was punished for being her authentic self. What courage that took back then. I could relate to her grief over having to make such difficult choices. I have learned from personal experience that living authentically can often put us in conflict with our families and closest friends. My Gram Farmington said she remembered Sarah's smell, the dark and unfashionable clothes she always wore, and the umbrella she carried constantly. My grandmother lived with the disgraced reputation of her great-grandmother lingering over her head, which made everyone question whether all the women in that family were batty. Gram Farmington made it clear that she would never abandon her family to go preaching. She was one of the women who had to outlive the legend. I could see that every decision my grandmother made as a mother was out of fear of looking as foolish as she had been taught Grammy Sarah had been. In my family, I guess you really could die of embarrassment. Because Gram Farmington felt compelled to be perfect, her daughter, my mother, also had to be perfect. No dirty dishes or unswept floors for her. My mother was named for and expected to behave like the perfect star, Shirley Temple. She had to prove through her actions and very presence that, unlike Sarah the Evangelist, Gram Farmington had not abandoned her family to go off to follow Jesus. The good news was that the drive not to be a mother like great-great-grandmother Sarah set a precedent. Each new generation of Sarah's descendant granddaughters consciously chose to be different than their own mothers. Chapter 2. My mother would explain my peculiarities to others by saying I had quite an imagination. An example of my notorious imagination was the night the spaceman came to visit when I was 6 years old. I woke up because a bright white light filled my room. I found myself and other family members literally floating out of our beds. Once outside, I could see that this was happening to the whole neighborhood. We were all levitated towards a spaceship where we took our places standing in a line. I appeared to be the only one who was awake, while everyone else was apparently sleepwalking. One of the space beings seemed willing to converse with me telepathically. Without fear or hesitation, I began to ask questions. I wasn't scared of these little beings, whose mouths were very small and didn't move. They answered my questions and made me feel that I could trust them. No one had ever answered all my questions so respectfully. They, unlike my mother, welcomed me in my totality. Their attention made me feel like I had dignity, that my internal world, which was such a potential threat to my fragile link to family and friends, was okay. Their heads were very large, with large, dark eyes. They didn't have any clothes on, but they didn't look naked. Their arms hung down to their knees, and their movements reminded me of string puppets, making them seem robotic. But their presence was not lifeless. Their mouths fascinated me. They didn't eat like us. I think they said they swallowed pills for food, or maybe that's all I could imagine fitting in their mouths. I felt bad that they couldn't enjoy eating. I remember the odd look in their eyes. They couldn't connect with my empathy for them. In fact, they had no emotional reactions to anything. It was clear that my joy in them was an extremely odd expression for them to witness. We went up a large ramp into their spacecraft, and I was brought to a small room that had only a shiny gray metal table in it. It reminded me of my doctor's office, only there weren't any toys. 5 or 6 of the little beings surrounded the examination table. They told me not to be afraid and explained everything they were doing. They said I was special because I was so aware of them. I didn't resist their examination. I was never scared. Then they took me to meet the captain in the control room. Unlike the others, this one seemed delighted in my childlike curiosity. I looked out the big windows and sat in front of the cockpit equipment. I asked to go for a ride, although I don't know if that happened or not. I felt so at home that my heart ached for them when I woke up back in my house the next morning. This was my first, but not my last, interaction with extraterrestrials. I told a couple of kids that a spaceship had come, thinking maybe it would upgrade my social status, and several of them set out to prove me right or wrong. As we approached the field where the ship had been, I realized we would not find any evidence. The children laughed at me, and I was very embarrassed. As my lip began to quiver, my sister took me by the hand and escorted me home. She handed me over to my mother, who rocked me in the wooden rocking chair that her mother had rocked her in. "Robin," she said, stroking my baby fine hair, "you must never talk about your strange imagination. The other children will not like you." It was another lesson in keeping my mouth shut about my odd ability to see and communicate with that which was unseen by others. After she lifted me off her lap, she called my brother home. He came running with a scowl on his face. Being called home could mean only one thing. He was going to be stuck with me again. My mother gave us cubes of sugar and told us to take our bicycles over to Aunt Issy's barn and feed the horses. My brother reluctantly obeyed. He, in all fairness, was trying to be very patient with me. He biked to the top of the hill with ease. I had to walk my bike up. He pedaled alongside me the rest of the way to the farm. We entered the dark barn. Only slits of sunshine filtered through the small holes in the roof. I could hear the horses snorting. My brother said, "Now remember, hold your hand flat so they won't bite your fingers." I walked up and down, searching for the right horse to be the recipient of my cube of sugar. As I looked up into the eyes of the mare I had chosen, I thought to myself, the horse's eyes looked just like the creature's eyes in my dream. With that thought, I forgot to hold my hand out flat. Crunch! I screamed in pain. My brother knew what to do. "Let's get home now." I pedaled as fast as I could while wailing in pain. When we neared the hill, I failed to use my brakes. I was coming down the hill back to our house at a frightful speed, and the tears streaming down my face blinded me to the sandy spot ahead. Boom! I hit the sand and flew over the handlebars. Mom came running out of the house. My screams alerted the entire neighborhood to the fact that I was having a very bad day indeed. Mother put a towel over my dangling lip, called to ask my nice grandmother who lived up the road to come take care of my sister and brother, and got a friend with a car to drive me to the emergency room, where they stitched up my lip and head. For some reason, it didn't hurt, and even though they were badly bruised, my fingers weren't actually broken. Miss Noyes had everyone in my school class make me a card. I really liked those cards. In fact, I still have them. I began to stay in the house and play more by myself, but even playing with dolls got me into trouble with Mother. One day, I was sitting by myself in my bedroom closet, pretending to be in a teepee. I was holding my doll close to my heart, wailing deeply in a Native American language that just seemed to slip out of my mouth. I felt such strong grief. As I moaned and rocked out my deep sorrow from a past life, Mother stormed into the room, swung open the closet door, and demanded, "What are you making all that noise about?" "Mom, I'm singing for my husband who died as we made love in the woods. I made so much noise in my joy with him that some white men came along and hurt us. They killed him while he was atop of me, and then they all raped me. I conceived this baby boy. I don't know who the daddy is, but God says this boy will return to me. I will give birth to him again." Needless to say, that didn't go over well. My mother, her hands on her hips, wanted to know where in God's name I ever got an idea like that. I told her about reincarnation. She screamed, "There's no such thing, and how come you call spaghetti paschetti, but you know words like that?" Jesus told me about reincarnation, and Great Aunt Gladys, Grandpa's sister, told me we're descendants from Chief Pemigewasset. She said that when the old man of the mountain falls down, the goddess will have returned. Don't you dare listen to that crazy old lady again. We don't have any proof that we're related to Indians. Don't tell people that. And how do you know about the old man of the mountain? You have never been there. Aunt Gladys showed me pictures of it. She said the chiefs used to hold ceremonies there. She said you would say we weren't related to those damn Indians. Footnote. When I use term Indian here, I am quoting the conversation as it occurred when I was a child. When speaking of or to Indigenous individuals now, I prefer to ask them how they wish to be identified. My mother washed my mouth out with soap and took my doll away from me for a day. I never spoke the word reincarnation again while living in her house. A few years later, my mother mentioned to me that an article had appeared in Life magazine about two adults, Betty and Barney Hill, who told about their alien abduction which had taken place within 15 minutes of our house at about the same time I had told my mother of my dream. I didn't bother to ask her any questions. By then, I was thoroughly indoctrinated into the good little Christian girl mentality. In order to be loved by God and my mother, I would have to abnegate my right to acknowledge my sixth sense. Better to stick with trying to fit into the daily life of my family, tend to my tiny Thumbelina doll, and get used to quietly going to church on Sundays. Back in the real world, the one place I felt comfortable was at the old farmhouse where 4 generations of my father's family gathered after church on Sundays. I felt like I fit right in with the eccentric, lovable misfits of that clan. The farm was a place grounded in reality, where people were born, lived, and died. I was never dismissed there. Those people shared themselves with me. I remember the day my mother told me that my great-grandfather wanted to see me before he died. I bravely went into his room. My great-grandfather asked me to crawl up into the bed with him. He gave me a sincere hug, the kind you give when you know it could be your last. My little body quaked with the deep knowledge that I mattered to him. I had given him joy by my very presence in his life, with nothing more than my existence. The following Sunday, my great-grandfather's corpse, dressed in finery, was laid out on the dining room table. My mother asked me if I wanted to touch him. I gave him a hug. I felt the difference between life and death in his body. I wasn't afraid. Death seemed like a natural part of life, and the farm was full of life. The first time my great-aunt Eva told me to watch the huge field of hay swaying in the wind, I felt like we were connected somehow in our appreciation of such a breathtaking sight. Tangible smells and sights gave me spiritual roots and kept me sane. I'd stand barefoot in the dirt, absorbing the earth's energy up through my body. It was a perpetual birthplace of wonder and awe, a feeling of being intrinsically connected with Mother Earth and the pulse of birth, death, and rebirth. Dancing was a way to channel the energy I felt in my body. In our home neighborhood at dusk on summer evenings, all the children would cluster under the glow of the streetlight to show off in a game called Talent Spotlight. I'd dance without any music that the others could hear, but to the tune of celestial orchestras in my head. It was so reassuring to feel I could be myself and still be part of a group. I could be seen dancing from my soul, and no one ridiculed me. Most nights, however, we were put to bed early, sometimes before the sun went down. One night, we were made to go to bed really early, right after dinner. We pouted that we were prisoners of our bedrooms, but Mom was having a party. She didn't entertain often, so we knew this was a big event for her and didn't bother arguing. We knew the law. No children could interrupt the adult festivities. Before the guests arrived, Mother came to say goodnight to us. Gone were her usual dungarees and sweatshirt. She was wearing a bright red dress and heels that accentuated her shapely calves. "Be quiet and go to sleep," this alluring creature whispered. We did. I woke to my father's voice, praying. He was on the floor on his knees, with his hands clasped in front of his heart, leaning on my bed. It was the same way we children prayed every night. "What are you doing here?" I asked sleepily. Dad said he couldn't tolerate all the drinking and partying and Mother in her red dress flirting. "Why?" He seemed to be thinking aloud. "Does she do this? She knows that I don't want this. All I want is a quiet life with my family and church." Then Dad said he heard Jesus tell him, "You have to stay with Shirley for Robin." I'd always been told how much I resembled my mother. Was I really like her? Was that good or bad? It was better not to think about it. Dad left, and I went back to sleep. As time went on, I noticed that Mom and Dad's relationship was less than perfect, no matter how normal they tried to look and act. They did, however, always put their children first. That's why a few years later, they decided we should move. I was delighted. We moved to an exclusive area of town that was within walking distance to our school and church. The lamppost at the foot of the walkway lit up to our front porch. It was like a magnet that drew all the kids of the neighborhood to our house in the evenings to chat, listen to music, or play hide and seek. In our big house with the elegant foyer and the fireplace in the living room, we looked like the perfect all-American family. And we were eating better. Not like the old days when Mom would sometimes have to forfeit her pork chops to fill my brother's growing frame. We still went to church, but these days, we went out to dinner instead of going to the farm. I missed that ritual terribly, but was ridiculed about being so attached to such a socially backwards place. My mother was now working outside the house, and her income was earmarked for extras for us kids. When my brother and sister still wanted to do things with the family, we would go out for dinner. But as they got older, they didn't want to socialize with my parents anymore. So instead, we would eat dinner at home. After dinner, I would go out for ice cream with my parents, and then my mother would tell me I was spoiled. My sister would pay me her babysitting money to stick around when boys visited. I had to pretend to be the bratty little sister so my sister could stay a virgin until she got married. The only contact I had with my brother was passing him every morning when he came out of the bathroom after showering. One morning, his towel fell off. I was so shocked to see that he had pubic hair. I thought only women grew up and had that. My brother thought that was hilarious. My father, who felt he had missed out on my older siblings' childhoods, was determined to spend more time with me before I grew up as fast as they had. He rearranged his schedule to include quality time together for the two of us. We built a camp out of scrap wood down an old logging road and had a splendid time there, washing up in a brook, cooking on the campfire, and playing cards by candlelight at night. I adored being adored by my father. During this prepubescent time, I had a dream about being a very bright, outgoing cheerleader. I would very much be in the limelight during high school. At the moment, however, I was too content being Dad's indulged child to give much thought to the future. The night before my graduation from junior high, the old farmhouse went up in flames. Although I had not gone there for years, I was sad about it being gone. I felt like part of my soul had died. Chapter 3. The family structure crumbled after my brother got married at 17 and my 16-year-old sister went off to college. My parents had stayed together for the kids, and at the age of 13, I felt like such a burden. My father worked his full-time job at the post office, plus 2 part-time jobs. My mother was working 60 to 70 hours a week as a college dining room manager. That was a big deal in those days, a woman in management. I had a job delivering newspapers and babysat part-time, but I was frequently home alone. Could the 3 of us endure another 5 years of this? My sister suggested that I join the Rainbow Girls, an organization for teenage girls to keep them chaste for marriage. It had helped her get through her early teenage years. Since the tension in the house was palpable, I decided it wouldn't hurt to get out of the house more often. One day I came home from high school just in time to witness my father shoving my mother. Her head struck the door I had just opened. Stunned that I had caught them fighting with such intensity, they both immediately pretended nothing was wrong. I went to my room until I was called down for dinner. During dinner that night, while I practically choked on my food, my parents tried to escape each other's presence by focusing all their attention on me and asking questions about my day. After dinner, my mother robotically cleaned the kitchen and then collapsed on the floor. At the hospital, she was diagnosed as having a concussion. I felt that if only I hadn't come home from school when I did, Mom wouldn't have hit her head on the door. I felt so bad. That night, I was sent to stay at my grandparents' house. My mother needed a few days off from the stress of her life. I thought that meant she needed time off from me. Wasn't I the reason she was working so hard and now had a concussion? I slept on the couch in the living room so my uncle could have the guest room. One night, I abruptly awoke to my uncle's foul whiskey breath in my face. He put his hand under my pajama top, resting it between my breasts. His hand felt very provocative between my newly developing breast. My nipples stiffened, embarrassing me. I was as stiff as an Egyptian mummy as my groggy mind tried to quiet my body's turbulent physical reactions. His hand wandered across my body, and his fingers explored my vagina. My body felt like it was on fire. I was so confused. I thought about yelling to Grandmother Farmington, but I didn't think she would believe me. It would create a scene, and I'd get blamed and cause my mother more despair. Before my mind could figure out what to do, he pulled my pajamas back on, tucked my sleeping bag around me, crept up the creaking stairs, and back into the bedroom next to my grandmother's room. As soon as I figured he was asleep, I dropped down onto my knees and clenched my hands together. I hung my head and prayed passionately. Heavenly Father, please forgive me. I don't know what I did to provoke my uncle. I don't know what it is that I do that is so wrong. I don't know why my body liked to be touched. Please forgive me. Father, please have mercy on me. I will do anything you want so I can be a good Christian girl. Please lead me in the right direction. As your humble servant, I pray in Jesus' name. I figured I was already on thin ice, on being accepted into heaven with my early childhood imaginations. How would I ever get in now? The floor grated on my knees. The night air penetrated my bones. I was shivering with shame and crawled back into bed. When my father came to pick me up, I didn't have the heart to tell him about my experience with my uncle. Back at the hospital, I couldn't tell my mother either. I was so angry at myself and all the adults in my life, but I had no place to express it. The only change in my behavior was that I quit the Rainbow Girls. I didn't feel worthy of being one of the good girls. I silently vowed to myself that I would parent my children differently. They would know what to do if someone tried to touch their bodies without their permission. They would be treated like they knew their own minds. They would be asked how they felt. They would be asked for their opinions about family decisions. Major events all seemed to come at the same time. 2 months after my mother's stay in the hospital and that horrible night with my uncle, I started my first period. My father took me in his arms and said, "Congratulations on becoming a woman. I love your mother. I promise I will make it up to you and your mother." But at dinner that night, their efforts collapsed into clumsy silence again. Within weeks, Dad finally acknowledged the mockery and moved out. He told me he was trying to prove a point to Mom about her stubbornly working too hard outside the home at a very demanding job. He wanted her to have more energy and time for family. He just couldn't understand why it was so important for her to be successful in a career. He had become frustrated to the point of rage and trying to reason with her. I didn't understand. Why didn't he just help with the housework? Why wasn't I allowed to do more? Why was life so damn hard in the family anyway? My parents' separation was a source of embarrassment to me, and I was furious that I hadn't been told any details at all about Dad's leaving. I didn't know where he moved to, or if my parents spoke to each other. In a New York second, there were no more family rituals, no more church on Sundays, no more Sunday dinners, no dinners at all. I guess Mom only cooked meals and went to church because Dad expected it of her. I was home alone a lot. I was ashamed and confused as to my part in this dilemma. How do you hang with the neighborhood crowd when your buddies discreetly don't want to mention that your dad doesn't live there anymore? My solution? I developed an inferiority complex about being ugly. I incessantly talked to my friends about how ugly I was. One friend who knew about my parents' difficulties tried to help by telling me I wasn't responsible, that my parents were doing the best they could. She also taught me how to be a cheerleader. When I was given a place on the squad, I had my own identity, and it didn't matter anymore what my parents were going through. My prophetic dream of being a popular, bright high school cheerleader had come to fruition. I was class president, president of the student council, and captain of the cheerleading squad. I was on the honor roll. With good role modeling from mom and dad, I was now as good at escapism as they were. Home life can suck, but we can have a good reputation. The whole town knew who I was because my picture was frequently in the local paper for representing our school in an inspiring way. My parents had hardly noticed. Later, my mother told me she had been very proud of me, but never praised me because I might get a big head. I vowed I would always tell my children that I loved them, and that I was proud of them, and that they were good-looking. They would know how I saw them. While I was busy being an overachiever, my parents decided to reunite during my junior year of high school and start over again in a less expensive house. They figured that financial stress had been the leading cause of their problems. This was certainly true, but I hated that they hadn't even asked my opinion. Oh well, only 2 years left at home. I could do it. I poured myself into school activities and boyfriends. Do good little Christian girls respond sexually? Yes, mother, they do. Oh, and by the way, your brother's a pedophile. I had been dating the same boy for 2 years when I told my mother that I was alone with him too often. Help me, Mom. I'm afraid of having sex. She laughed. You're too young for those worries. I was honestly trying to remain a virgin until I was married. But let's face it, being raped by my uncle changed me. I knew what the Bible said about premarital sex, but I knew I was already ruined. My uncle had prematurely opened sexual channels within me that I couldn't squash. So I began, as the Bible says, to fornicate. I was a good Christian girl, except now I had lost my virginity and felt very guilty about it. I didn't understand at the time that virgin meant pure of heart, and I felt like I had smeared my very soul by having sex prior to marriage. And then there was the practical matter of not being caught. I had a dream that I got pregnant. I told my best friend about the dream. She told me that she had heard about a doctor in a town about an hour away who didn't ask questions when he showed up for birth control pills without a parent in tow. My friend and I forged each other's notes from our mothers. We took them to the doctor. We got our first pap smears and our first year supply of birth control pills. The doctor told us that we couldn't start taking them until 7 days after our next period. In the interim, my boyfriend, also a high school junior, attempted responsible birth control. He rummaged through his father's old World War II trunk to find a condom he had remembered seeing there. Of course, a 27-year-old condom is going to pop, but we were so sexually ignorant, we didn't know that. Lying on the ground in the woods, looking up through a thick grove of evergreens, I tried to deny my inner knowledge that I had just conceived. Exactly like in my dream, I went into the bathroom every day looking for signs of my period. I knew it wouldn't come. How was I going to tell my mother? I continued in my denial. One day, my mother walked into my room and said in a matter-of-fact tone, I counted the sanitary pads. You haven't been using them. I wondered if you might be pregnant. Simple as that. And here I thought she was completely unaware of my presence in the house. She put her name on my urine sample and took it to the local hospital for testing. After all, she told me, she had to protect my Christian reputation. When the test came back positive, my mother made an appointment for me with her doctor, and they both lectured me on my lack of morals. Both suggested strongly that I get an abortion as soon as possible. Both thought that it was totally ludicrous for me to even consider keeping the baby. Babies ruin a woman's life. Do you want to live in poverty with your child? No good man will ever love you if you are an unwed mother. Do you think your boyfriend can support you both? I have already raised my children, and I'm not raising yours. You will never find a man to raise this child if it isn't his biologically. Don't you want an education? And on and on and on. My mother made it clear to me it was a smarter choice, in her opinion, for me to have an abortion. I would keep my reputation in the small town where we lived. I would not have to try to raise a child single-handedly. She thought my boyfriend would not marry me. Most importantly, I would not embarrass her by ruining her reputation. One of my mother's friends was a nurse in New York, the only state that had legalized abortions in 1972. My boyfriend and I each paid half. My mother made my boyfriend swear that he would never ruin my reputation by telling anyone our secret. Mom and I left the house after Dad had gone to work. She deceived my dad, who would never have allowed me to have an abortion, even though caring for the child would have fallen on my mother's and my shoulders. She knew her limitations and forcefully guided me according to her will. She was willing to lie to my father and make me do the same. He would simply have to forgive us. No one discussed the abortion with me, explained the procedure, or counseled me in any way. This is what it felt like to be a woman in our society. Degrading. Females of all ages sat in the waiting room, all of us in submission to the invisible ruling that having babies interfered with capitalism. I was amazed and appalled at the barbaric treatment I was subjected to in the middle of the supposed women's movement. What had my mother quietly endured in her life that had caused her to react with such vengeance about the need to protect my reputation? During the long, silent ride back to New Hampshire, I felt that I had just murdered a child. When my mother and I arrived home, she immediately went back to work. Dad was at work. Completely ashamed, I searched my father's closet for his gun and bullets. Luckily, I didn't find them. Instead, I went for a long walk. I would never treat another human being like I had been treated. I would not condemn anyone for having healthy sexual urges, no matter what their age. I would never sacrifice my sexuality or my children again. I would become responsible with birth control. When I did have children, I would raise them to be aware and responsible for their sexuality. Life should be judged on what one does with it, not how it begins. My mother gave me a copy of one of her favorite books, Gift by the Sea, about women taking time alone to enjoy their own company. She wrote a note in it that I didn't understand at the time. She told me she had wanted me to have an abortion because when babies come at hard times, mothers don't get to have those moments alone. She said life is too short not to be able to enjoy a few free moments away from all expectations, relax, be carefree. If they don't, they get angry, just like she was for having to deny herself the simple pleasure of her own company over and over again. At that time, I wasn't in a place to see things her way. To me, it was wrong that she had coerced me into taking the life of my child. I didn't see that our unconscious acts were fulfilling our sacred mother-daughter contract. I hoped my baby's soul went to heaven. I doubted that mine ever would. I prayed and asked God to forgive me When I got back home, my mother told me that I had to break up with my boyfriend, as he was from the wrong side of the tracks. He literally lived on the other side of the railroad tracks in our small community. The irony is, my parents moved right next door to him in order to cut expenses when I left home 2 years later. Since no one knew about my bout with immorality at school, I was still the shining golden girl, the all-American image of the perfect teenager. In my heart, I was a failure in my relationship with God, and as a woman, I felt betrayed by the church's doctrine. Was there a religion that would feel right to me? Was that an evil thought? I began to pray incessantly, asking God to use me as a vessel for His work. I decided to become a candy striper volunteer at our local hospital as a self-imposed way of making retribution for my sins. I took the 6-week course, got my certification, donned my adorable candy striper uniform, and pulled my first cart of fresh water into the first and last hospital room I would enter as a volunteer. I poured the ice water into a glass and put the tray near the elderly man in the hospital bed. He leaned forward and made an odd noise that frightened me. I picked up the glass and began to place it in his gnarly hands. As I handed it to him, the old man collapsed with a moan. The ice water spilled everywhere as the glass broke on the hard hospital floor. I ran out into the hallway to get a nurse. One quickly responded. As she took the man's pulse, I knew he was dead. In horror, I ran from the room, never to do nursing work again. I felt that I was dangerous. Then I joined the National Honor Society's volunteer program. We were bused once a week to a mental institution. The 7th time I was there, a large, mentally challenged male tackled me as I was walking toward my assigned patient. He began humping me. As he pumped away, my face was ground into the cement. After an orderly yanked him off me, I ran to the bathroom crying and bleeding. I decided that this wasn't the way God wanted me to make amends for my sins. In my next attempt, which lasted about 3 months, I volunteered to walk dogs at the Humane Society. Then one day, a large male dog tackled me from behind and began to hump me. Again, I was rescued. Again, I decided that I must have some really bad energy for these things to be happening to me. I then read in a newspaper about a program called Family Planning. I knew there wasn't a chapter in my own small town. I wrote letters and attended meetings to let people know that I believed this service needed to be provided in my area. The lobbying attempts were successful, and I was present when we cut the ribbons to the new office in our town. All my volunteering had not gone unnoticed. At the end of my junior year, I was chosen to represent our high school at the Granite Girls State Conference, a conference that encouraged young women to become involved with politics. One night after everyone had gone to sleep, I was in the bathroom crying, unable to sleep with the ache of my conscience haunting me. I lay on the cold bathroom floor and pretended to hold my baby. I imagined its little body resting in my arms. I heard her say to me that her name was Daisy, and she would reincarnate in another body. She said that I didn't really murder her. I was terrified to hear her voice in my ears. God was punishing me. I ran from the bathroom and crawled back into bed. The next day, the girls selected me as Miss Congeniality. It amazed me that my true self was so invisible to people. Was I that good an actor? Obviously, the only way to get to heaven was to let my true self be invisible. At the beginning of my senior year, I had another prophetic dream. I was shown the man I would marry, right down to the color of his eyes and his body shape. I was also told that I would get a divorce from him. When I went to school that morning, I looked across my homeroom, and there he was. How had I not been aware of him before? It would be so romantic to have found my future mate in my dreams. I conveniently dismissed the part about the divorce, which wasn't in a good Christian's vocabulary. I was very determined to be right in God's eyes again. Sure enough, Peter and I enjoyed a romantic senior year. As class president, I gave the farewell speech at graduation and also received 2 prestigious scholarships. After the graduation festivities, Peter and I went to his family's camp deep in the White Mountain Woods. We watched the sunset, and then Peter wanted to have sex. I said, "No, not until I'm married." We were so engrossed in our sexual explorations, we didn't hear Peter's father and his friends coming through the woods. I was so embarrassed. I had met Peter's father for the first time that day as the shining high school star, and now this. Dismayed and disheveled, I ran out the cabin door. As I walked down the dirt road, I began to feel the night air on my cheeks, and I calmed down. Car lights approached. I assumed it was Peter coming for me and went over to the vehicle. The car window was lowered, and a rifle was pointing at me.
"Get in,"
said a gruff voice. For a millisecond, I thought about running. Instead, I obeyed and got in the car. It was filled with empty beer cans and 2 foul-smelling men who clearly had been in the back country for too long. They began to fondle my breasts. One of them complained that since my breasts were so small, I must be only 13. The driver stopped the car and threw me out. As I bolted away, he said,
"Don't you ever tell."
I'd been living by those words all my life. I escaped into the woods. Cars were going up and down the road, but I didn't dare come out of hiding. Finally, I heard a car stop, and then Peter's voice calling for me. I ran to him. He asked me where I had been, but I didn't tell him what happened. I simply didn't speak. He drove me home while I shivered in my soiled clothes. I guess he assumed that I was embarrassed because I didn't know how to give a blowjob or because his dad had caught us. When we got to my house, I simply jumped out of the car and ran in. After I put my pajamas on, I couldn't sleep, so I turned on late-night TV. Saturday Night Live was on. The actor said, "Jane, you ignorant slut." I immediately turned off the TV. There was no way that I could get away from my shame. I never told anyone until now. My father was thrilled that I had received scholarship and grant money to attend Villanova Christian College in Pennsylvania. However, in August, I told my mother I didn't really want to go to the Christian college. I would only be attending for Dad. The truth was, I felt too soiled to associate with the good Christian kids, but I also didn't want to be so far away from Peter. I told them they should have gotten my sister the scholarships to the Christian college. She was the one who had earned the White Bible for being a perfect virginal rainbow girl. I reminded them that I had quit Rainbow Girls. Once again, I disappointed them. No matter how hard my parents had tried to raise me with all kinds of opportunities in life, my karmic course was set. I was lying in bed the night before I was to start at business college, which was conveniently only an hour away from home, when I heard a voice say, "You are going to have twins, and one is going to die." I was stunned, and then promptly forgot about it, although I did begin a diary of letters to my unborn child. I always started out with, "Dear Jeremy." I wrote about how I would express my love if I were ever given the opportunity to have a baby as a good Christian wife. Over the next 3 years, I occasionally dreamed about having twins, one of whom would die. Then I'd wake up and quickly dismiss the dream as my subconscious way of coping with having had an abortion. However, the dreams did prompt me to read books and articles that talked about what kind of marriage I would need in order to provide the healthiest environment for children. Should I deliver at home? Should I breastfeed? Should we live on a mini farm and grow our own organic vegetables? Should we live near extended family? The other girls in my dormitory were giggling, watching soap operas and painting their toenails all sorts of ghastly colors as they haphazardly made their way through school. I was thinking about what hours I would be able to work and still have quality time with my children. I couldn't stand the shallowness of the college girls and took a part-time job as a pathologist assistant at a local hospital so I could afford my own apartment. The first day on the job, I had to dispose of a fetus that had been miscarried. I cupped it in the palm of my gloved hand and marveled at its human likeness. Despite the fact it was only about an inch long, I was grateful I had been only 3 weeks pregnant when I had my abortion. I couldn't imagine having something that looked so human being ripped from my body. Holding that tiny creation in my hand solidified my intention to become a good mother for my future children. I dedicated myself to becoming a conscious mother. I began to meet with the father of my aborted baby on a yearly basis. It was easy to do since my parents now lived right across the street from his parents. If we had been able to do it over again, both of us would have chosen to stand up to my mother. We felt that we had enough love between us to have raised a child in a respectful manner. We considered getting back together, but couldn't cope with the memory of what we had done to our unborn child. Chapter 4. In 1974, I graduated from the business college with a certificate in clerical procedures, gave up my job at the local hospital, and moved back to my hometown where I would attend the local state college to pursue a degree in business education. Peter and I continued to date. The local sheriff had a secret meeting with my mother. He begged her to stop me from being involved with this young man or his family. He told her that even though it was against the law to share police information, he wanted her to be aware of the legacy of domestic violence in Peter's family. My mother didn't believe him. She dismissed it as a lie when the sheriff, known to be a ladies' man, tried to kiss her. She never told anyone about that meeting until after it was too late. In 1976, Peter and I married. Peter wasn't in any rush to have a baby, but he was willing to try for my sake. I was devastated each month when my period arrived, and I'd curl up in despair in the fetal position on my side of the bed. Peter would lie on his side, ignoring me. His blatant disregard for my emotional state only compounded my feelings of inadequacy at not being able to conceive. This went on for several years while I was still taking college courses on a part-time basis. By now, Peter's ego was involved. Why couldn't he get his old lady knocked up? His friends offered to get the job done if he wasn't man enough. One evening in February, my class was canceled due to a snowstorm. Peter and I made love in front of a crackling fire, and I immediately knew I had conceived. That night, I dreamed that I was pregnant with twins and that one would die. I could see both babies, one blue-eyed and the other with green eyes. The babies hovered above my head, peering down at their mother-to-be. Could it be true? Was the information a blessing or a curse? Why would God tell me something like this? Or was it some demonic force? I didn't know how to use the tool of awareness I'd been handed. When I told Peter, he just laughed at me. When I told my mother, she laughed, as did my obstetrician. I decided to take the dream as a warning that I should take really good care of myself during pregnancy so that my baby or babies would be all right. With the arrogance of youth, I was certain I had control over the outcome. An ultrasound confirmed I was pregnant with twins. I was shocked. Did I have the power to change the rest of the dream? I became hyper-vigilant, eating exactly right and taking exactly the right amount of vitamins and getting exactly the right amount of rest and exercise. I was driving myself crazy with my diligence and driving Peter just plain crazy. Somewhere in Peter's memory bank were his childhood demons. As I learned from my mother and his mother after Peter and I divorced, his father was a mean drunk who had beaten his mother even when she was pregnant. My pregnancy had clearly triggered Peter's subconscious memories of his childhood. It was as if a switch went off in his head. I spoke to many people about his unusual and selfish behavior. From doctors to ministers and other mothers, relatives, and friends, the consensus was consistent. Pay no attention to his behavior. He would adjust to becoming a father. None of us knew that his idea of fathering was to become very, very mean. When I was 26 weeks pregnant, we moved into a larger house, and I spent all day carrying box after box. I was dripping with sweat in the relentless summer heat, while Peter sat at the kitchen table, drinking beers and watching me. Peter was angry about the move. The old house held the memory of his best friend, who had been like a big brother to him. I had been aware of his hostile mood all day. Peter's father came over to the house, and the two of them went out to a bar, something Peter rarely did. I went to bed exhausted and resentful. Peter came home reeking of beer. He woke me from a sound sleep and started aggressively begging for sex. First, I told him no, but he persisted and was not going to let me sleep. One way or the other, he was going to get what he wanted. I relented on the condition that he would be gentle. Still, I didn't see his violence coming. Pinned beneath him, I was helpless as he drove into me with a vengeance, like a jackhammer breaking up cement. His need for orgasm blinded him. I screamed in horror, yelling at him to stop, but the screaming spurred him on until I thought I would be driven right through the mattress. Finally done, he yanked himself out of me and half apologized for his extreme roughness.
I hope I didn't hurt them,
he said, and promptly fell asleep. When he sobered up, he did apologize for his relentless pursuit of an orgasm, but didn't seem to understand that what he had done was what is now known as marital rape. When I told my mother what had happened, she told me about the visit from the sheriff who had come to warn us about Peter and his father. I wish she had told me sooner. Instead, I learned the hard way that my husband had been taught how to be a husband by an abusive father, and he showed his true colors that night. When I asked Peter years later why he didn't stop when I screamed at him to stop, he said,
I thought your screaming meant you liked it.
He had zero respect for my wishes and completely disregarded my safety and that of our unborn babies. What happened after that horrific night forever changed our lives. I lay awake for hours and desperately wished that the dream I had been having for years was not going to come true. I hoped that I truly was stupid to believe in dreams, as I had been told.
Precognitive dreams are the work of the devil,
my pastor admonished. I had sought his guidance about my dreams and the reality of my marriage. He said,
You made a promise before God to love, honor, and obey this man in sickness and health. There was no clause that said you could get out of your commitment if he didn't do the same for you.
I remembered what my mother had told me when I said my husband was unkind. Better to stay with the devil you know than marry the devil you don't know. My best friend had put it this way. You made your bed, now sleep in it. Well, sleep wasn't coming. In the early morning light, I looked around the bedroom at the piles of unpacked boxes. My low back was aching. Was this labor? I got up to pee and noticed brown mucus on the toilet paper. Was this my mucus plug? I was only 6.5 months pregnant. I tried to concentrate on my breathing like they taught in Lamaze classes. I dared not wake my husband in case I was wrong. He didn't like it when I made a mistake. My nagging inner voice kept saying that all was not right with my babies. I called the doctor. "Don't worry about anything," he said. "Just lie down and take it easy." 4 hours later, I called the doctor back. He was not pleased at being called away from his golf game on a sunny Saturday. He clearly thought I was a hypochondriac. 2 hours later, I called him again. He must have realized I wasn't going to go away, so he told me to come in for observation. At the hospital, he decided to keep me overnight to keep me calm, probably so he could have an uninterrupted evening. He told my husband to go back home and get some sleep. "Leave the little wife in the hospital and go home so you can be with her when something real happens." Peter was uncomfortable about leaving me alone in the hospital, but obeyed the doctor, especially as there didn't seem to be anything wrong with me anyway. Throughout the night, the back pain increased. The nurse refused to call the doctor and got snippy with me. I lay awake all night, abandoned, with the inner knowledge that destiny was being shaped. Why was I never heard? Was I really not worth listening to? Did I even own this body I was in? My water broke at 6 a.m. in a fierce gush of release. "Well, I guess you did know something last night," chirped the nurse. I wanted to choke her. A short time later, the doctor told me I wasn't in labor yet. He called Peter to come get me and take me by car to a hospital 2 hours away that was equipped with a neonatal intensive care unit. Was he crazy, or did he know what he was doing? After all, he was the doctor, and I hadn't ever had a baby before. Neither Peter nor I knew how to get to the hospital, which was miles and miles away on curvy New Hampshire roads. The doctor had told Peter, "Take your time. She won't be delivering for at least another few weeks." If this wasn't labor, what was all this pain? What did premature mean? How small would they be? I had no idea that their lives could be at risk. I had to change my Lamaze breathing technique to accommodate my growing level of discomfort. Peter careened around corners like a NASCAR driver as he listened to his wife blow air out rhythmically. I felt somewhat like a cartoon character suspended in time after having been pushed over a cliff. As we pulled into the emergency entrance, Peter screamed, "Come quickly, my wife is about to have twins in the car." Minutes later, I was told I was 8 centimeters dilated, and that it was a miracle I hadn't delivered twins on the way to the hospital. The doctor on call was outraged that we had been authorized to drive ourselves instead of being put in an ambulance. Reality struck. The nurses began to prepare me for delivery, as the doctor explained. "Your babies might be born dead or die shortly thereafter. They will be extremely small, little more than a pound, and underdeveloped. If they live, they might have permanent damage. The odds are not good that you two will be parents this afternoon." Premature labor is very difficult. The mother's body has not had time to release the appropriate hormones that make delivery easier. Even though the pain was intense, I couldn't take any medication so as not to harm the babies. The delivery room was filled with medical students, doctors, and nurses. Everything was happening at dizzying speed. The pain was excruciating, but I hoped it would be worth it. My babies. My babies. As I fought to deliver healthy babies, my concern for their safety gave me divine amnesia. I didn't remember that my husband, the man I should have been able to trust the most, had put us all in harm's way with his violent sexual attack. I didn't remember that it was predicted a baby would die. Within an hour of arriving at the hospital, the first twin was born. She meowed like a little kitten. "Oh my God!" one of the interns gasped. "She's alive!" She was wrapped in a special blanket and rushed to the neonatal unit before I could even take a peek at her. Another contraction swept me away. 5 minutes later, our second daughter was born. "Let me see her, please," I begged. The nurse tipped the tiny being toward me before she was rushed off. The doctor yelled at her for stopping even momentarily. "Every second counts. Get that baby out of here." Peter's first comment when the girls were born was, "You didn't give me a son." The birth was over. The room emptied out except for the doctor, who was nonchalantly repairing the episiotomy he had done on me prior to delivering the babies. As Peter removed his hospital garb, he announced that he was tired and was heading home. He had to work the next day. The doctor didn't seem to notice that my husband had just abandoned me. Dr. Owen just kept stitching away with his focus between my shaking legs, telling me again how I shouldn't get too excited. The girls probably wouldn't make it through the night. As soon as the stitching was over and a sanitary pad was placed between my legs, I was wheeled into the intensive care unit so I could get a first look at my daughters. Tears ran down my cheeks as I looked at the two tiniest examples of human life I had ever seen. Their little bodies looked like Dresden dolls as they lay naked and unmoving under heating lamps. Their skin was so translucent, I could almost see right through it. When I touched them, it was like feeling little rubber dolls. Their bones felt like toothpicks under skin that was covered with faint peach fuzz. Even in their beauty, they resembled squirrel monkeys. The nurses tried to assure me that the babies were quite large for their gestational time. They had expected each twin to be under a pound. Instead, they each weighed in at 2 pounds, 10 ounces. All the good food and vitamins had not gone to waste. So far, they were breathing on their own, but nothing could make me feel better. I was certain I was completely responsible for the plight of my babies. I was lucky, the doctor said, that they were girls. The premature survival rate was higher among female infants. But then both girls became too weak to breathe on their own, and respirators were taped up their noses. If they survived the next 48 hours, I was told, my opportunity to be a mother increased dramatically. During this perilous time, Peter didn't even bother to call me. When I called home, he didn't answer the phone. 2 nights later, he showed up after work. I didn't have the energy to berate him. We had much more pressing matters. In 3 days, despite the fact that I was complaining of back and groin pain, I was sent home with instructions to visit the girls daily and bond with them. That night, I had a dream that my friend from high school and her boyfriend were visiting me in the hospital. I couldn't move my legs. I woke up feeling selfish that I would have had a dream catering to my own well-being when my children's lives were at risk. The only way I could help the babies was to pump my breast milk for use sometime in the future. First, when they were stable enough, tubes would be placed in their noses and they would be given the milk through a doll-sized syringe. Then, when they could handle it, a doll-sized bottle would be used until I would be able to breastfeed them. We spent all our time and money organizing the 3-hour round trips back and forth to the hospital. Donning smocks and sterilizing our hands, we were encouraged to touch the girls underneath all the wires in their incubators. Research had proven that preemies needed touch to live. My heart broke a little more each time I stepped into the neonatal unit. By not listening to myself and letting others diminish my feelings, I had put my children in harm's way. My concern for my children's safety was unbearable. I didn't tell anyone what had happened to me. I was too embarrassed. When I confronted my husband, he cried in my arms and apologized. He and I both wanted to believe it was a mistake, but not one made from a malicious heart. He swore he wouldn't drink or do drugs ever again. Each twin had been placed in a crib-like apparatus, warmed by radiant heat and connected to a respirator. A tube in the umbilicus gave them nourishment and enabled the nurses to draw blood samples every half hour to check the amount of oxygen in the blood so brain damage wouldn't occur. 2 small sensors were taped to their bodies and connected by wires to monitors that showed their heart and breathing rates. If the rate slowed or sped up, an alarm went off. The look of their fragile hands holding my finger haunts me to this day. When the girls were 4 days old, I was caressing Eva's tiny legs when she turned her head and looked me right in the eyes. I have never felt closer to a human being in my life. As I gazed into her eyes, I saw they were filled with pain and agony, and mine were filled with tears of empathy. After that one precious moment, her health began to deteriorate. I sensed that Emma had a resiliency that eluded her sister. Eva was having trouble with her heart. From my anxious mother's perspective, it seemed like she was being used as a guinea pig for science. I tried not to judge myself too harshly for the thoughts I was having. My extreme range of emotions frightened me. 2 days later, the medication she had been given seemed to work and heart surgery was avoided. I discounted my dream by thinking my emotions had to do with hormones and postpartum blues. Finally, both girls were considered stable enough to be moved to the healthier side of the intensive care nursery. With them out of critical condition, I realized how tired I was. My back had not stopped aching since that dreadful night. My legs still throbbed. My gynecologist told me to go home and get some rest so I could be healthy when the girls came home. When the girls were 10 days old, I missed them so desperately that I persuaded Grandmother Farmington, the only person available that day, to drive me to the hospital to see the girls. Despite my intense back pain, I endured her company to see my babies. That was the first time I got to hold my daughters for a few minutes. I sat on a hard rocking chair, surrounded by 4 or 5 hospital staff, waiting to receive the precious wrapped bundles. I was severely uncomfortable from the back pain and thoroughly sick and tired of all these people surrounding my private moments. The nurse who was preparing Eva to be held was complaining about her. I was so angry. I wanted to grab my babies and go home. I was tense with pain, stress, and anger as I held Eva for the first and last time. I know it doesn't do any good to torture myself with hindsight, but sometimes. When Peter got home from work and heard that he could hold his daughters now, he took a shower and got dressed up. With slicked back hair, he drove by himself to go visit his girls. I was too exhausted to accompany him, and I thought it was good he wanted to bond with them. He enjoyed holding both of them alone, without the chaos of family members and friends watching him. I stirred from my slumber when he came to bed that night. He held me close and whispered in my ear that the doctors and nurses had assured him both girls would come home to us. He was ready to be their daddy. He again apologized for what he had done. He promised to honor, respect, and cherish his girls, and repeated his promise never to drink and do drugs again. At home that night, I dreamed about Eva. I heard the voice again, telling me specifically that Eva was going to die. I snapped awake, drenched in sweat, leapt out of bed, and called the hospital. I told Eva's nurse to watch her extra carefully as I had had one of my precognitive dreams. I was crying hysterically while she kept reassuring me that Eva was fine. I hung up and sobbed the rest of the night. I really felt like I was going crazy. In the early morning, the head doctor from Intensive Care Nursery, ICN, called to reassure me. Both babies will be coming home. There's no indication that anything is wrong. Just relax. It was Labor Day, 4 in the afternoon, when the phone rang and the doctor asked Peter and me to get on the phone. Eva had mysteriously taken a turn for the worse. The nurses had heard warning beeps, but hadn't taken them seriously. They thought the machines were malfunctioning. In numbed silence, we listened to the doctor fumble with explanations. We made the 90-minute trek back over the mountain. As we walked into the nursery, the nurse cleaning the crib that had held Eva looked into my eyes and then quickly looked away. I am certain she felt responsible for Eva's death. Would she have taken Eva's warning signal seriously if my phone call had been logged into the medical records? Or if our society gave credence to a mother's dreams about her child, even if it didn't seem logical that Eva would die at 13 days old when she had been doing so well for such a consistent amount of time? The doctor told us of a mysterious infection that was sweeping through the nursery. Emma was too sick for us to see her. Now, we might lose her as well. Would we allow an autopsy on Eva? It might save Emma and the other babies. Of course. Did we want to see Eva before the procedure began? I was horrified. No, I was afraid. Her death was a symbol of my greatest fear. I was a horrible mother. I had done the worst possible harm to a child. If only I had been there with her through the night, maybe she would still be alive. We made the trip home in total silence. I was in extreme distress. The pain in my back was moving down into my groin, but I was determined not to pay any attention to my body. I hated it for betraying the girls and me. I felt I deserved this pain. I certainly didn't think I deserved any help. I went to bed feeling more alone than I had ever felt. Peter and I were clearly the worst parents on the face of the earth. Chapter 5. That night, home from the hospital after losing Eva, I awoke with my back, groin, and upper thighs in tremendous pain. I could hardly move my legs. When I went to the bathroom, I had to drag my legs along. What was wrong? Was I really feeling this pain? Or was it a psychosomatic reaction to the grief of losing Eva? Peter went off to work. I lay in bed, hoping the pain would subside. I was too concerned now with Emma's life to consider asking for help with mine, especially if there really wasn't anything physically wrong with me. Guilt, confusion, and embarrassment stifled me. I didn't know my own mind or body. I thought if I had listened to my dream warning about Eva, I could have saved her life. I should have gone to the hospital and monitored her beepers and not believed the doctors when they said she was fine. She had tried to communicate with me, and I had failed as her mother. Now I was so afraid of somehow taking healing energy away from Emma that I denied myself the right to look after myself. How could I fuss about myself when her life was on the line? The code of good mothering I had learned had the rule of self-sacrifice embedded in mile-high letters. I endured the pain, assuming it would pass. My all-consuming concern was for Emma. The doctor said, "She's working very hard to live, and the intensive care personnel are extremely alert to her every need after what happened to Eva." A sense of peace came over me. I knew in my heart that she would be all right. That night, I slept alone. Peter had fallen asleep downstairs on the living room couch. The energy between us was as dead as Eva. In the thick of the night, I awoke with a start. I felt like the wrath of God was bearing down on my soul. The bedroom was arctic cold, and I could feel a presence in the room, a sharp, speeding energy darting near my face, brushing it with disdain. Had Eva's spirit returned to punish me? I thought I heard someone reprimanding me for not helping my daughter. The radio clicked on. I tried to turn it off. Even when I pulled the cord out of the wall, the sound still filled the room. In terror, I screamed repeatedly for Peter. He didn't hear me. I was helpless. My legs were literally paralyzed. In despair, I groped for the telephone and called my mother. When she arrived, she woke up Peter. As he looked on with sleepy-eyed detachment, my mother rocked me like a baby as I gushed out my sorrow. I screamed over and over through my tears that God was punishing me for being such a bad mother. She tried to calm me down. I had had a nightmare. I was hysterical, and nothing had really happened. It wasn't my fault that Eva died. But she couldn't calm my soul. Peter lifted me out of bed and put me into a hot bath. When I settled down, he put me back into bed. My mother assured me that even though she was leaving now, Peter was there. He went downstairs and slept on the couch again. The next morning was a Saturday, and Peter was going logging with his father. It was a second job to help pay for all the medical bills that were starting to pile up. I didn't want to be a burden, so I never asked for his help. I simply said, "Have a nice day." As I heard the car pulling out of the driveway, I lay there helpless as a baby, hating his logic. He hadn't even asked how I was feeling. I tried to squelch the resentment boiling inside me. Maybe his silent allegations were right, and I was just making a fool out of myself. I didn't deserve to live, so I refused to heed my body's warning signals. Grandmother Farmington showed up at the house and let herself in. I heard her as she came up the stairs. She looked at me with disdain. "Get your ass out of bed. Enough feeling sorry for yourself." Silently, I pulled myself out of bed, leaned on my grandmother, and made it down the stairs. As she got me to the couch, she felt that she had done her job to help me snap out of it. My grandmother asked where I had put the sweaters that she had knitted for the girls. One was yellow and one was green. Each was hand monogrammed with their names. As I lay on the couch, she took the stitching out of the one with Eva's name on it. That accomplished, she left to go to an Eastern Star meeting. I never told anyone about her visit. My mother called to check on me. When she found out I was alone, she drove to my house. Looking at me with something between love and pity, she said, "I know you have a husband and I shouldn't be interfering, but I'm worried about you. You look awful. I'm your mother and I'm taking you to the emergency room." She had to hoist me up to drag me out to the car. In the local hospital emergency room, my swollen legs and 105-degree temperature proved I was a very sick woman. I was rushed by ambulance to the hospital that Emma was in because it had the special equipment needed to diagnose my condition. During the venogram, a process in which dye is injected into the veins so they can detect the presence of blood clots, the doctor forced me to straighten my legs. I let out a primal scream. It turned out that I had severe deep vein thrombophlebitis. A 14-inch blood clot in my right leg had completely cut off all blood flow to my leg. A 12-inch clot in the left leg was blocking all but a hint of a pulse in my groin area. My inferior vena cava had literally collapsed from the weight of my twins and the weight of my husband bearing down on me during that dreadful night of violent sex. I had been coping with a ridiculous amount of pain because I was afraid to ask for help, afraid to be a burden. I was living the life my parents had modeled for me, motherhood with martyrdom. My husband's abuse had caused more than premature labor. It had started my body down a treacherous path of creating blood clots deep in my inferior vena cava. Within moments of recognizing the gravity of the situation, the doctor started me on heparin to break up the clots and gave me something for the pain. He told me that a blood clot could break off at any time, travel through my veins, and lodge in my lungs, brain, or heart, causing either a stroke or immediate death. My mother stayed all day, alternating between Emma in one intensive care unit and me in another. As she drove back home that night, she cried silent tears. She had lost a granddaughter she had never held. She might lose her own daughter. She waited at my house, ice-cold whiskeys at the ready, for Peter to get home. She said, "Peter, Robin may die. Her life right now hinges on the grace of God." The doctors told my husband that I might not live through the night, but he didn't call me or come to the hospital. He couldn't look me in the eye. Instead, he left me alone to die from circumstances that had arisen when he had selfishly pummeled his heavy weight down on my vulnerable pregnant belly. I vowed that if I were to live, I would listen to my own maternal intuition and use it to be the best mother I could. The next morning, I found myself lifted right out of my body. I was on the ceiling, looking down at the doctors as they examined my physical body. I felt no panic and no pain as I heard them discussing the fact that the heparin wasn't working and surgery had to be scheduled immediately to remove the blood clots. I knew this procedure was only attempted as a last hope. I laughed to myself. There's no way I'm going to have surgery. I will make myself better. I plunged back into my body as the doctors left the room. When the doctors came back to examine me again, after the time the nurses had prepped me for surgery, the heparin had miraculously started to work. As I continued my healing work, I became physically well enough to start focusing on my emotional needs. A social worker came to evaluate me, and I told her about Eva and my dreams. Was it my fault she had died since I had dreamed it? Could I have changed destiny? What was my responsibility? Was I psychic? How could I, a Christian, be psychic? She listened attentively and assured me that my dreams were nothing more than mere coincidence. My speculation was finished. A professional had released me from my worries. I was now free to concentrate on Emma, my long-awaited child. My prophetic dreams would not thwart my ability to proceed with being a good Christian wife and mother. I was a normal person, responding to the new demands of motherhood to the best of my ability. The idea that I could foresee future events was totally absurd. When I was well enough to sit up in bed, the ICN nurses wheeled in Emma's incubator and placed her in my arms. She was so much healthier than I was. During the next 3 weeks, I was able to bond with Emma, time I hadn't had while I was concentrating on helping Eva survive. Soon, I never wanted to be separated from her, and I became determined to restore my dried-up breast milk so that I could nurse her someday. The same week that Eva's obituary was in the local paper, I was able to go home. Emma would be home soon, too. After 2 months, I was finally able to nurse her. That, in itself, was a miracle. Electric breast pumps, labor, leg pains, and nose tubes were distant memories as she suckled at my breast. At the beginning of October, the doorbell rang and the postman delivered a small brown package. The return address, crematorium, didn't register with me as I signed for the package. I was excited as I sat on the couch to open the package and saw a small gold box inside. Who had sent me a present? I pulled out a plastic baggie filled with ashes and tiny pieces of bone, sealed with a plastic tie like the ones used on bread wrappers. The bright, shining joy I had felt having Emma home crashed into a million slivers of pain. When Eva had died in the hospital, I'd been advised to have her body cremated. We could decide what to do with her remains at a later date. Actually, no other option had been presented. No professional or family member had discussed the matter with me. It never occurred to me to ask when and how I would get back her remains. I stared at the baggie. This is how the human race copes with death? and we think of ourselves as an advanced civilization. I hadn't even held her dead body, which would have been easier than holding that baggie with her ashes in it. I sat cradling the baggie, rocking back and forth, cooing to it as a nauseating wave of guilt washed over me. Why hadn't we had a funeral for Eva? A proper burial with a doll-sized casket to show our respect. I grabbed a chair, dragged it to the tallest bookcase in the house, and put the gold box as close to heaven in my own home as I could. When Peter came home, I asked him if he wanted to see her ashes. He said he didn't want to discuss it. Every trip I took to the living room included a glance up at that box. One day, I didn't make it through the room. My dormant grief bubbled out of me in heaving sobs. I curled up on the floor, my body ripping apart with intense cries of agony. I prayed no one would stop by unannounced and catch me in my grief. I had been so stoic and proud. My private release was only for the birds and the trees to witness. I wanted to honor the only connection to Eva that I had. I was no longer her mother. Her loss had created a void in me. In contrast, Emma's homecoming toward the end of the month was the most cherished moment of my life. Weighing only 4 pounds 11 ounces, she was 2 months and 4 days old. The nurses were all hugging me and crying as they said goodbye to her. Although I was eternally indebted to the medical profession, I couldn't wait to parent her on my own, with, of course, overprotection and overboard caution. I barely let anyone look at her, never mind hold her. Her crib was right next to the bed, so I could make sure she was still breathing. Since I still couldn't walk very far, it was a very beneficial arrangement. That winter, Peter worked 60 to 70 hours a week at the ski mountain, and alone carried the financial burden of our month-to-month bills. There were also astronomical medical bills. Despite his efforts, we never had enough money. He would hand me his check at the end of each week, and I would attempt to pay our bills, which would leave little money for food. My mother, who worked in a dining hall at an elite private boys' school, told the staff that she had pigs and asked if she could bring the leftover food home in buckets. I would turn the pig slop from the dining hall into our dinner. Peter was devastated that he couldn't provide for us. We both felt like failures and simply did not know how to cope with our lives. When he was home, Peter was wonderful with Emma. He held her and played with her. He bought me a rocking chair at a yard sale. Peter simply didn't have the time or energy to feel what we had all been through. I was home alone with Emma, concentrating on getting back my health while keeping an ever-vigilant eye on hers. I had to get weekly blood work to check on the effectiveness of the anticoagulant I was on, and I had to be careful of how long I could stand or sit with my legs down. By the end of the winter, I was walking a mile a day, and then, as winter turned to spring, I began having dreams that I was carrying a dead baby girl. My abdomen felt like I was still pregnant. I wondered if I had had triplets and one was still inside me. It wasn't logical, but I could see and feel movement in my uterine area. The doctor assured me that my uterus was actually very small for someone who had had a pregnancy. Later, I saw the notation he had made on my medical chart. Not pregnant. Maybe psychological problems because of Eva's death. I didn't dwell on my odd dreams and body language, focusing instead on my delightful imp, Emma. I loved her with total abandon. Shortly after the dreams began, I learned that my grandfather had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. I went to see him and asked if Eva's ashes could be buried with him. She came into the world with someone, and I felt comforted knowing she symbolically wouldn't exit alone. Gramp was honored to be asked. He died 5 minutes before my 24th birthday, and Eva's remains were buried in his casket. I could finally be at peace with her funeral arrangements. I thought that Peter, Emma, and I would begin to feel more united now that Eva was properly buried. I was wrong. As spring turned into summer, Peter lost the tip of his finger in an accident at work. When the insurance money came, I was angry when he bought himself a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and spent the precious few moments of his free time on his Harley rather than with us. Peter was escaping from the life we had created together. I hoped it was just a phase. I suspected that the funeral had made Eva's death more real to him. Emma's first birthday was very difficult. She only weighed 16 pounds. The doctors had run some tests on her development and predicted that she had mild cerebral palsy and was partially deaf. Eva's shadow fell heavily on me as Emma and I celebrated with a small cake out on the front lawn. As it was, people avoided our house that day, not knowing what to do or say. 13 days later was the first anniversary of Eva's death. Peter failed to come home. Peter had a strong network of friends. I didn't. I lay in bed evaluating our marriage. We needed to reweave our relationship. Peter and I hadn't had sex since that one fateful night. It was time. I hoped the promise of sexual liaisons would keep my husband around long enough for us to become reacquainted. Because of my blood clots, I couldn't use birth control pills anymore. Even though the doctor had told us not ever to get pregnant again, he refused to give me a tubal ligation, saying that I was only 24 years old and we were too young to make that permanent choice. The logic of the doctor stymied me then and still stymies me and all women today as it applies to women and their reproductive rights. It wasn't that I didn't want another child. I just didn't want to die in the process. I decided to get an IUD to prevent pregnancy and to try to spark this marriage with joy again. When Peter finally made it home the next morning, I sat him down and, without anger, told him we needed to talk about Eva's death. He cried. He, too, had carried the burden of responsibility for her death. I crooned to my husband as he lay cradled in my arms. We decided that our choice was to live life to the fullest. We celebrated our conversation by hiring a babysitter and going together for a motorcycle ride. We had the inner security that we both still mattered to each other. Our bittersweet memories could be relegated to the past. We were committed to doing as much as we could do to make the best of our lives. The euphoria was short-lived. Chapter 6. I began to feel run down and crampy and went to the doctor, who said I had an enlarged uterus and that I might be pregnant again. Another pregnancy would be potentially devastating, as the stress on my venous system could be deadly. If I weren't pregnant, then something else was definitely wrong. Either way, he said, my IUD needed to be removed because it was dangerous to leave it in. But taking it out could cause a spontaneous abortion. There was no good option. The doctor removed my IUD. When no spontaneous abortion, otherwise known as a miscarriage, occurred, the doctor ordered a pregnancy test, which came back negative. Confused and anxious, I left his office with orders to return in a month if I hadn't started my period yet. A few weeks later, my mother came to the house and found me almost passed out. She was furious with Peter for leaving me alone with a toddler when I was so clearly incapable of caring for her. She arranged for a sitter and once again took me off to the emergency room. I know when you're sick. That husband of yours wouldn't lift a hand to help you if your life depended on it. I know I probably shouldn't interfere, but I can't stand by and let you die in front of my eyes. The doctor poked at my enlarged abdomen. He thought I could be 6 months pregnant with a dead fetus. I insisted that wasn't possible. A doctor had inserted the IUD just 3 months ago. Impossible, he barked. Your uterus had to be enlarged already when the IUD was inserted. It should never have been put in. Within an hour, I was in a labor room with a fetal heart monitor and an IV with a labor-inducing drug in my arm. My mother had called Peter, who came right down from work. It was preposterous to think I was pregnant. It had to be a misdiagnosis. As the night wore on, the staff fed me painkillers and, since my condition didn't change, they sent Peter and my mother home. By morning, it was clear that labor couldn't be induced and that my vital signs were waning rapidly. I was transferred by ambulance to another hospital where an ultrasound showed that I was indeed pregnant, only 6 weeks along, with a second set of twins. I also had an ovarian cyst on my right ovary that needed to be removed immediately. It might cause me to miscarry at once or in the weeks to come. During gestation, the fetuses need ovarian hormones until the placenta developed properly. If the babies had come from the right ovary, they would eventually starve and I would miscarry. I tried to listen, but nothing seemed to be getting through. The doctor called Peter, who gave verbal permission for the surgery. The next thing I knew, I was waking up beneath soft, toasty, warm blankets. Had I died and gone to heaven? The doctor strode into the recovery room with a big grin on his face. I have never performed surgery on anyone who needed it more than you. You had an ovarian cyst the size of a football. It was hard and black with gangrene poisoning. It was so large it twisted around your right fallopian tube. The blood could pump in, but not out. I had to remove the right ovary, the fallopian tube, and the cyst. If you don't mind, I'm going to write this up in a medical journal. He was quite smug as he explained that the complaints about feeling pregnant I'd had 6 months earlier came from this sneaky ovarian cyst that would rotate around my abdomen, giving me the sensation of fetal movement. In the midst of all this, I happened to get pregnant. Thus far, he said, I had not lost the babies. If I managed to keep them for the next 6 weeks, they would probably live. Once again, I learned that I wasn't nuts after all. What a coincidence. I was so happy to be pain-free and excited about the possibility of being pregnant. Hopefully, I would receive special attention so I wouldn't get deep vein thrombophlebitis again. I wondered what it would be like to have a normal 9-month pregnancy, uncomplicated by blood clots and death and a careless husband. My first night back home, I awoke abruptly from a deep sleep and saw a ball of golden light above me. An even pressure all over my body had me immobilized. I heard that familiar voice telling me that my baby was going to be fine and that I was going to have a son who would be just like his father. This baby was my son reincarnated from the Native American lifetime that I had recalled as a little girl. When the message had been delivered, the light and the pressure disappeared simultaneously. I lay awake for some time, realizing this was another incident I would have to accept without understanding. I didn't realize at the time that I was told I would have only one baby. The next day, a strange phenomenon began to occur. I would wake from naps or night sleep to the odd sensation of being entered vaginally, and then experienced an intense heat that was almost sexual, an erotic sensation that I didn't know whether to welcome or curse. I chalked it up to weird hormonal stuff going on in my body. When I mentioned it to Peter, he laughed it off, at least until the night he woke up saying, "What in the hell is that heat?" Meanwhile, I began to wonder about the increasing number of odd events in my life, events that I had always tried to convince myself were mere coincidence, events that didn't fit into my definition of a normal life. All I'd ever wanted was to be a simple Christian wife and mother, yet my daily experiences were getting more and more strange. I seemed to somehow be able to turn electrical equipment on and off without touching it. Peter went so far as to have an electrician check out the wiring in the house, but the electrician reported nothing wrong with it. I also began hearing a voice calling my name and felt brushes of energy across the back of my neck or across my arms and legs. As I walked up the stairs, it felt like some force wanted to throw me down them. Although I couldn't understand how these sensations could be real, I investigated ways to expel these energies from my home. At the very least, I needed to exorcise them from my thoughts. A friend who was a Jehovah's Witness advised me to say, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave my home." I did as she suggested, and the incidents subsided. I didn't speculate as to why. Once again, I felt in control of my life. I thought all these things had to be related to hormones and pregnancy, not to the supernatural. At my first appointment after the surgery for the cyst, Dr. Owen told us I was still pregnant with twins. He knew we would both be terrified and reassured us that he would do all he could to help. Peter and I got excited. When I was further along, another ultrasound determined there was only one baby, and what appeared to be a fibroid tumor had developed along with the pregnancy. Peter was dismayed. He thought God was going to give us a second chance of having twins. I was told to be on bed rest throughout my second pregnancy. My mother came to our home every day and cared for Emma and kept our home in top order. My husband was an angel throughout this entire pregnancy. Our precious daughter had independently decided to potty train herself. At 22 months, she had learned to count to 10 in English and Spanish and knew how to dress herself. There were no signs of the cerebral palsy and hearing problems the doctors had previously predicted. Peter and I were the happiest we had ever been. Because of the fibroid, I went into labor when I was only 7 months pregnant. Unlike the last time, this labor was far easier and was an empowering experience. "It's a boy," Peter shouted as the nurses scooped our son up to check his vitals. Soon Eric was wrapped and placed in my arms. He was so warm. Peter looked at him with tears in his eyes and said, "Want to go fishing with me, little fella?" I handed Eric to Peter. As he held him, all of a sudden Eric's breathing became difficult and he was rushed off to the ICN, intensive care nursery. We didn't panic. This was a basically healthy child. Peter followed our son to ICN. The doctor began pushing on my uterus to assist in the delivery of the placenta as I chatted cheerfully with him. When Dr. Owen pushed on the upper right side, where the supposed fibroid tumor had developed, I spontaneously grabbed the doctor's wrist. I had to stop him from pushing there. I was shocked, not only at my rude outburst to this esteemed doctor, but by the extent of my pain. I had encountered enough torturous pain in my life to know there was a problem. I was deeply concerned, even though the doctor dismissed my inner knowing. It would become one of a series of significant clues about how invincible my intuitive powers were. Now, however, my thoughts were centered on Eric. I was so pleased to be able to breastfeed Eric only 4 days later and to bring him home on the 10th day. Peter and I felt blessed to have added a healthy son to our family, and Eric's birth was the start of the happiest months of my life. I never felt the slightest twinge of postpartum depression. When Eric was 2 months old, I was readmitted to the hospital for tubal ligation. After my surgery, the doctor informed me that the veins around my uterus were still the size of full-term pregnancy. My uterus was still enlarged, about the size of a 6 to 8 week pregnancy. Dr. Owen said that although this was a little unusual, it was nothing to be concerned about. If I wasn't in physical pain, I shouldn't even think about it. Trusting him, I shoved my uneasiness into the recesses of my mind and blissfully returned to being a loving wife who no longer had to concern herself with pregnancy. In sharp contrast to my daytime euphoria, my nightly dreams were obsessive. I could see an infant on my right hip and kept dreaming that I should bring her back to life. Who was this mysterious baby who looked just like Emma with intense blue eyes? She looked so healthy, and so did I. standing outside in a green field under a magnificent blue sky. In one dream, I learned the baby's name was Sarah, like my maternal great-great-grandmother. My connection with this baby Sarah was as soothing and refreshing as a cold glass of lemonade on a hot day in the summer sun. It was a joyous reunion. All the same, I assumed it was a coping mechanism for my loss of Eva. I joined a group of bereaved parents called Compassionate Friends. The dreams of baby Sarah were so poignant, however, and my bonding with her felt so rapturous that I decided to share my dreams with my mother. I told her how this pleasant interlude of holding this precious baby was so wonderful that I often was disappointed when I woke up. I felt like I had a daughter in another dimension who could visit me in my dreams. My mother also assumed it was about Eva, but she clucked her tongue, shook her head, and said, "You're so damn queer, Robin." When Eric was 10 months old, he bit my nipple while nursing. I gently reprimanded him, and he leapt off my lap in a dead run, never to breastfeed again. However, menstruation didn't return for another year, and when it did, I felt like I was in labor again. I had a desire to push, and my uterus felt like a giant, hot, heavy cannonball. My breast ached, and my legs swelled. I still had breast milk a year after not nursing. Something was wrong. Plus, my unique sexual responsiveness had not abated with post-pregnancy shifts in hormones. When I hemorrhaged in a grocery store, another nightmare was about to begin. An ultrasound of my uterus indicated that it was still the size of a 6 to 8 week pregnancy, with what looked to be a small scar in the upper right-hand corner. The ER doctor figured there was no way this tiny fibroid tumor was causing all of my problems. He did a pap test and discovered I had cervical cancer. Further tests would show if I had uterine cancer as well. I left the emergency room in total shock. Cancer. I had never heard a more terrifying word regarding my physical ailments. How was this possible? Was I ever going to live a normal life? I could die. What about my children? I didn't think I had the inner emotional, spiritual, or physical strength to cope with this. I needed help. I couldn't face this ordeal feeling so alone. When I told Peter, instead of being concerned for me, he snapped and became verbally abusive. At the time I excused his behavior, we were both tired of being married to the uncertain dictates of my ill health. I figured if I found myself disgusting, how could I blame him for finding me vile? That weekend, he took off with his motorcycle gang to go to a Harley swap meet and returned Sunday night with insults on his lips. He even called me a slut in front of the children. When I tried to reason with him, he retorted, "Quit your bitchin'. If you don't like it, don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out." I stood there, frozen, with 2 small children, one on each hip. My husband's words stung me to the core. I knew he was the one out the door. He was done. My husband's reaction to the word cancer was more intense than his commitment to our marriage. That possible diagnosis was Peter's breaking point. In the past, Peter's behavior had not been malicious. This was different. All of my understanding of Peter, my conscious reactions to him, and our deep mutual commitment to our family didn't matter. He was now using mean behavior as a way to push me away. I could see the writing on the wall. My life would move forward with ill health, unemployed, with no income, and 2 small children. He would move on without me, healthy and strong. I would be the one to bear the burden of all that we had created together. When the final moment came, how would I take care of the children and myself without him? The next day, when Peter was at work, I heard a quiet knock at the door. A friend, Vic, was at the door. He said, "Robin, you need to watch your back. Peter was with another woman all weekend at the Harley-Davidson meet." He gave me a hug and abruptly left. It was clear he was afraid of being seen at the house. I closed the door, swallowed my emotions, and never mentioned my medical condition to Peter. He never asked. Luckily, the cancer had not spread, and the bad cells were removed in an outpatient procedure. Within 3 months, the doctor said I was cured. Now, I thought my menstrual cycle would normalize. It didn't. Over the next year, I went to the doctor almost a dozen times trying to get medical treatment for my severe PMS. I remained hyperkinetic and became even more sensitive towards my environment. Along with the ongoing physical nightmare, my marriage continued to decline as Peter hated my crazy lady problems more and more. He spent even less time at home. A dear friend of ours came to the house one day and behind Peter's back told me that Peter was cheating on me. He thought I ought to know. I asked my minister what to do. He said he would pray on it. In the meantime, I was to make the household less stressful for Peter. I interpreted this counsel to make the household less stressful for Peter as instruction to relieve the financial pressure, even though the only solution I could think of meant increasing the stress on myself. I didn't know then that I would write this book in an attempt to try to break patriarchy's grip on my life. I only knew that I was trying to keep my family together. Even though my heart's desire was to stay home with my preschool children, I took a full-time secretarial job so I could relieve Peter of the impression that I was nothing but a burden. Each morning and night, I would hold my children close to me and inhale deeply so I could smell their innocent natural smells and caress their foreheads like my mother used to do to me. I would look with deep reverence right in their eyes and tell them how much I loved them and how beautiful and smart they were. I acknowledged their unique gifts and supported their development. Emma liked to be artistic, and Eric liked to take things apart, like all the doorknobs. But hey, at least he knew how. I also went back to night school to finish getting my business education degree. My mother quit her high-pressure job at the dining hall. I paid her to take care of the children and run the household. My mother said I couldn't pay her enough to make it worth her time, and I had to let her take in 2 more children. Our home became a mini daycare center. The extra children would come and go during the hours Peter was at work. Peter would not be inconvenienced by a disruptive household. My mother would make a good salary and the children would have 2 playmates every day. It sounded like a perfect plan. By the time the children were in elementary school, I would be employed as a teacher on their same schedule. I hoped Peter would realize how bright our family's future could be together. The plan didn't work. One night when I came home from a college class, the living room was full of stolen traffic signs. The children were dancing around the living room with glee. "Look at the signs we stole with Daddy!" I was shocked beyond words. "Peter, how could you teach the children to steal?"
They won't remember this, Robin. They're too little. What am I supposed to be doing with them while you're off taking classes instead of home with them? I don't like you being out of the house. I don't like your mother being here. I don't want to have to babysit the kids.
I was exasperated and exhausted. "Peter, take the children and show them that you were putting those signs all back." The 4 of us took a ride and put the dozen signs back. After that night, we never mentioned the incident again. And Peter was right. The kids didn't remember it. The next morning, Emma began to whine. She wanted a swing set, a reasonable desire for a child. I noticed that at the neighbor's house up the road, there was an old one in the backyard. I knocked on the door and asked if their children were still using it. "No, our kids are grown. You can have it if you can find a way to get it out of the backyard." That night, over dinner, I asked Peter if he and his friends could go get it. Peter took his dinner plate, walked to the back screen door, stepped out on the deck, and threw his dinner over the railing.
Is that about where you want it for the kids?
The kids and I were bug-eyed. He came back in the house and told me never to cook that recipe again. then took off on his Harley while the kids and I finished dinner and cleaned the kitchen. Soon we heard the loud rumble of Harleys. 6 men in Harley vests and leather pants got off their bikes and walked to the neighbor's house. Before sundown, they walked up the street carrying the swing set and placed it down in the backyard, right where his dinner was decomposing. They cemented the 4 corners securely in the ground, then sat on the deck and drank beer while watching the sunset. I called my mother and she came over and drank a beer with the Harley riders, who teased her about taking a ride with one of them. When I tried to tell my mother how upset I was with how I had just been treated, my mother said, "Peter's a lovable puke, isn't he? Why don't you just have a beer and relax, Robin? The kids got their swing set, didn't they?" No matter how hard I tried to run a smooth household, Peter remained in a foul mood, and I remained exhausted from my physical ailments for 2 weeks out of every month. My doctor, after trying every conceivable way to alleviate my symptoms, finally decided I needed to go to a psychiatrist. Maybe my premenstrual symptoms were psychosomatic, still related to Eva's death. He told me to quit working outside the home until I could get some proper care. I kept working, but I foolishly confided this information to Peter. Now he had a lot of ammunition for his verbal abuse of me. I ignored him. What choice did I have? To go on welfare? I hoped Peter's resentment would burn itself out before I burned out. Each month, I endured my PMS in silence and prayed that my body would heal. Unfortunately, it didn't. Each month, I would retain so much fluid that I felt as if my skin would pop, and the abdominal pain was excruciating and debilitating. It was far more than a minor interference in my life, but I still wasn't willing to go to a psychiatrist. I was quite sure I wasn't crazy. Chapter 7. While family life fumbled along, mysterious rumblings of having had a twin sister began to reach Emma's ears. When my daughter was 2 years old, we were in the supermarket checkout line when a woman asked me, "Is this the surviving twin?" I stopped myself from spouting out, "No, it's the dead one," and stayed focused on taking my groceries out of the basket. My daughter looked up at me and asked, "What's a twin?" She had asked, so I told her the truth. Earlier that spring, my mother had published an article in Parents Magazine, sharing her perspective of what it was like to have her daughter experience the birth of premature twins and the loss of one. The well-meaning woman in the grocery store had been responding to my mother's article. That night, I showed my daughter the magazine. "Look, Emma, here's a picture of you and Grammy." She hugged and kissed her Grammy's picture. "Grammy wrote a story about you." And I read her the whole piece. She understood much more than I thought she would. "Mommy," she asked, "if I had a sister, where is she now?" "She died, sweetheart, of pneumonia." "What's died?" "It means gone forever." "How come I don't know her?" "She died when you were both babies." Emma abruptly stopped asking questions and went out to play. I assumed my parental obligation had been fulfilled. I was wrong. At Christmas, some 6 months after our conversation, Emma began riding her new rocking horse to heaven so she could play with Eva in the clouds. She pretended to speak a different language and made up songs that she would sing to herself and to her imaginary twin. After her horsey ride back to Earth, she sometimes wouldn't respond until we called her Eva. I never interfered with this fantasy, but at night, when Emma would pray that she would be very good if Jesus would let Eva come here to play with her, I would repeatedly tell her that being good had nothing to do with Eva being able to come here to play. Nothing could bring her back. Spring arrived along with the annual daffodil picking party at my friend Beth's house. The flowers enchanted Emma. Beth showed her where it was okay to walk and what flowers were okay to pick. Then she and I settled in our lawn chairs to watch Emma gleefully fill her arms with daffodils. When Emma entered a forbidden part of the garden, Beth shouted in a friendly voice, "Emma, get out of there, I'll kill you." Emma stopped, dead in her tracks, and gave Beth an icy stare. "I hope you do kill me. Then I can go to heaven and be with my sister." We both gasped, blinking back tears. Beth, always quick to reply when I am speechless, said, "Emma, I'm very sorry that you miss your sister. Why don't you pick 2 bouquets? You can give one to her and keep the other." A marvelous idea. Emma bustled around picking her bouquets, and then we drove to the graveyard for the first time. My daughter sat buckled into her car seat with the daffodils bouncing gently in the wind. When we got to the cemetery, she looked at the gravestone, puzzled. "But where is she, Mommy? I want to give her the flowers." I attempted to explain. "No, honey, she's buried in the ground under the stone." My wee child flung herself on the ground and clawed at it furiously. "I'm going to dig her up. She must feel awful under there." "Honey, Eva can't feel. She's dead." Emma's face was wretched as she desperately tried to make sense of the concept of death. She finally got up and began running from gravestone to gravestone, looking for some sign of her sister. Suddenly, she began screaming, "She's burning! Burning! I want her back now!" She collapsed on the ground in a heap, her shoulders heaving with her gasps of despair. To say I was terrified is too small a word. Eva had been cremated. Did she somehow know that? I held Emma while she cried, then scooped her up to go back home. She left one flower on the grave, telling me they were too pretty to be where no one can see them, and brought the rest home. We stopped at my mother's. I was so upset that I accidentally locked the keys and Emma in the car. I had to talk her through the process of unhooking her seatbelt and unlocking the door, which she did well, although she still didn't want to get out of the car. Finally, she invited me to sit in the back seat with her and said, "I had to help myself, Mommy. It was because of me I could get out of this car." So why did she look guilty about her survival tactics? "Emma, you're a survivor, and you should be proud of that fact." Suddenly, the sunshine returned to her face, and she decided to get out of the car and play with the neighborhood children. Feeling my gaze on her, Emma turned for a moment and yelled back, "Don't worry, Mommy, I won't catch a cold and die." A few nights later, Emma and I went out for a walk and watched the first stars of the night appear. I made a wish on it. "Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might, that our family will always be all right." Emma added her wish, "That I die, that I could die." That's an unusual wish, Emma. You miss Eva, don't you? "Oh, Mommy, I do. Did she really die when we were both only 2 weeks old?" "Yes. But she was only a baby. That's not fair." "It certainly isn't. But at least you and I have each other." I was worried that I had managed the situation all wrong, trying to explain the death of her twin to a 2-year-old, so I consulted our pediatrician. He suggested I take her to a psychiatrist. No one in my family had ever spoken with a mental health practitioner. It was acceptable to talk with a minister, but we weren't to air our dirty laundry to a crazy person's doctor. Now that it was my daughter's need, I wouldn't be stopped by their possible condemnation. At the psychiatrist's office, my daughter was evaluated in all sorts of ways. Ultimately, the doctor said we were handling the situation well and suggested that I see her associate for grief counseling. Maybe he was right. Maybe I did need to see a therapist. I was still plagued with premenstrual syndrome, fatigue, and nightly visitations from Sarah. When would I cope with Eva's death? Was all my physical discomfort psychosomatic? If I needed psychological help, I would get it. My living children deserved to have a fully present mother, even though Peter was blatantly against the idea of crazy people doctors. I was ready to heal and willing to give it a try. I was referred to Dr. Wright, a clinical psychologist in town who came highly recommended by a number of my girlfriends, friends who were thrilled that I was finally going to get some help. It took 4 months to get an appointment with him. At my first appointment, I had felt I made the right decision to get therapy. Dr. Wright questioned me attentively as to what my needs were and designed a short-term therapy program that he felt would be appropriate. Finally, I was going to take control of my destiny. At my next appointment, I turned in 3 written psychological exams that he had requested I do. I was very nervous about what he would think. Would he want to commit me to an insane asylum? That night, after seeing the therapist, I had a dream in which a familiar voice told me, "For you, the word therapist means the rapist. You will be forced to endure the rape, balancing the scales for past karma. From this deepest despair, you will learn how to reconnect with your divinity. Afterwards, you will discover that this doctor has been raping his clients for years. You will stop him. It is your karma to take care of this situation." I woke up in a sweat and immediately called my friends who had gone to this doctor. "Has anyone had problems with him?" They all laughed at me. A friend who was a clinical psychologist asked, "Has he ever suggested sex as part of therapy?" "No." "Then allow yourself to trust this man to help you." I asked for references from his other clients, and I called several names on the list. All the women assured me that they'd had successful treatment with this man. Soothed again, I let myself receive assistance. What a blessing it would be if my obsessive dreaming would stop. One night while I was at class, my mother stopped by our house to see if she could watch the kids for Peter. As she walked through the door, she thought she saw Peter having sex with the babysitter I had hired. When she told me, I didn't know who to be madder at, my husband or my mother, who had insisted I stay married to him. My mother claimed she couldn't believe that Peter would really do that, although she obviously thought it might be true, or she wouldn't have told me. She made me promise I wouldn't tell Peter what she said. I couldn't wait to talk to the therapist. What was I to do? How was I going to manage caring for my children? On one of my visits to the psychiatrist's office, I had picked up a flyer for the Task Force Against Domestic Violence. I decided to call an advocate. I met with her at a local restaurant. When she heard who I was, she abruptly stood up. "I know who your father-in-law is. There's no way I'm going to help you." She knew my father-in-law, and she found the situation too daunting to get involved. It was like God, my mother, my friends, my pastor, everyone was commanding me to stay married to Peter. Apparently, they believed it was solely up to me to make this marriage work, because they could not see that I had any other options. At my next appointment with Dr. Wright, however, he was so clearly distressed about his own problems that he had no interest in mine. It seemed he was having difficulty finding a business partner who held a certified New Hampshire doctor's license. Without one, he would not be able to collect insurance payments from his clients. He was only certified in Vermont, but wanted to keep his practice in New Hampshire. I let him babble on for a while before I reminded him who the client was. He thanked me for being such an intelligent listener, switched to his therapist persona, and asked what I wanted to discuss. I told him about Peter. I was shocked when he said, "He's not good enough for you. Just get a divorce." I was all too aware of how my illnesses had created difficulties in our marriage, and I wanted to get myself healthy before I made such a decision. Just what were my problems anyway? He wouldn't tell me and steered me into talking about my past, with direct questions about the development of my sexuality. Assuming it was significant, I told him about being molested by my uncle. I told him that I had never told anyone before, ever. I told him about the abortion and how my reputation as a Christian was more important to my mother than the life of my child. He seemed so understanding. He took me in his arms and I cried like a baby. Finally, he made me feel like there was a human being in my life who could truly walk by my side. That's how he made me feel at that moment. And clearly, that's how he wanted me to feel. I was unsuspecting, completely unaware that he had targeted me, the same way any predator hunts its prey. Reader, you are about to witness me going through what seems to be a universal experience for most women on this planet at this time. It's going to take us, one by one, getting our bearings, realizing that we have been gaslighted, and making a decision to disengage from our own participation in this crime against our individual sovereignty. As you read, please feel the wings of womankind strengthening and freeing us, because we are really the ones who are walking soul by soul, side by side. Dr. Wright used his predatory manipulation skills to make me feel like I used to feel as a child when my mother would wrap me up in a warm, soft towel after bathing me in the kitchen sink. I felt utterly safe with my mother and Dr. Wright, who had stripped me down emotionally, made me feel the same way, as though everything in the world was fine. He made me feel, thanks to his assistance, as he pretended to be a wonderful, honest man, that everything that had been wrong in my life would suddenly be okay. As I dried my eyes, I realized we had been talking for an awfully long time. I said, all I want is to be a good person, a good wife, and a good mother. The doctor suggested I call Peter and tell him I would be late, as we had gone over our scheduled time by an hour. Peter was furious. Get your ass home now. I was afraid of his tone of voice, afraid he would be verbally abusive when I got home. I didn't want that for myself or my children. I was too raw emotionally to withstand an assault. I needed to get home quickly. Dr. Wright kept engaging me in conversation, not wanting to offend this man, who I was beginning to worship as my personal guru. I tried to extricate myself. I opened the front door and started to step out in the freshly fallen snow. He grabbed my arm and said, "Come back to my office for a minute. I want to show you something before you go." Thinking maybe he had forgotten to give me a belated Christmas card, I stepped back in. He shut and locked the door behind him, and the therapist became the rapist. As he grabbed me and started kissing me, I shoved him back with both hands, wiped off my mouth, and screamed, "You can't do that! I'll scream."
There isn't anyone else in this building now. You stayed with me too long. It's your fault you're in this situation. You know you want me as much as I want you.
No, I don't. I don't need anything else in my life to feel awful about.
You can do this, Robin. Just don't tell your husband. If no one knows, then it's like it never happened.
Are you crazy? I came here to learn how to be a better Christian woman. I kept trying to walk away from him. Did I dare grab a chair, smash it through the window, and run for help? I thought about my reputation and my family's reputation. He caught me glancing out the window and verbally ridiculed me for my thoughts by flinging compromising accusations at me. He asked questions like, didn't I know it would cause a scene if I tried anything stupid like that? Did I want the whole town to know I was crazy? He was a psychologist. All he had to do was tell the cops I was crazy, and I would be locked up, probably forever. I knew I was crazy. Did I want everyone else to know too? Did I want to lose my children? What about my reputation? He kept hammering at me verbally.
You're too honest. Do you think I tell my wife everything I do? You need this. It would be good for you. You're too uptight. It's the Baptist upbringing. That damn religious guilt almost ruined me, too. You put too much energy into being a mother. I can make you feel like a woman. Peter doesn't know how to treat you. Every comment was a bullet aimed to hit my self-confidence. Was this therapeutic? Was it true? Am I too honest? Is that my problem? What is my problem, anyhow? Did he know and I wasn't willing to face it? Every fear and doubt I had ever known was pulled forth, and the rush of self-doubt was too much for me to deal with. He came after me again. Again, I resisted. He switched to a different tactic. Your husband is at home waiting for you. He'll come down here and break through this door soon. I'll tell him you tried to seduce me. He'll believe me, Robin, not you. He thinks you're crazy too. You're not leaving here until you have sex with me. If you don't do as I say, I will get your children taken away from you. He had me at that point. I was terrified of my husband's abuse and losing my children. Dr. Wright lay down on the floor, using his body to block my only exit, and pulled his pants down to his ankles, his genitals blatantly exposed. Didn't he know I could kick him? No, he knew I wouldn't. Couldn't. I needed him too much. I couldn't risk his abandonment. I had crossed an invisible line during this therapy session, and he made an educated guess that I would obey him. In my mind, my survival depended on his help. Since childhood, I had been taught that my own mind was dangerous, and I had best defer to others. I was not safe unless I obeyed the rules, even if those rules laid down by others didn't feel right to me. Dr. Wright knew that about me. He had groomed me for his victimization, and I was at his mercy, having handed over my power when I let him into my inner world. He had accessed my vulnerable little inner child, and she didn't have the spiritual maturity to protect me. I had been looking for someone to trust, thinking I needed someone outside myself to guide me. Should I trust him? Was the sex he was demanding really for my benefit? I couldn't tell. I did not know what I didn't know. But I know now. I know that I should have and could have trusted my own knowing. This was the moment where I learned that I needed to rely on my own instincts, my own sense of self-preservation. This was the moment where my inner child woke up and grew up. I grew into my responsibility to protect myself. I had no blueprint of how to do it, but I knew if I kept feeling into the unknown and trusting myself, then I would find that trusting the unknown was safer than trusting the dysfunctional world that surrounded me. I learned to trust the unknown of the divine. I was finally aware of the functionality of dysfunction. The physical world runs on the fully corrupt system of patriarchy, and I needed to learn how to step off that platform and trust the divinity within myself. It would be a long process, one that continues to this day. It's up to us to realize that we must create something different. All of that awareness happened suddenly, in literally a nanosecond. It was like a seed that had cracked open and was seeking the light. And then I was thrust back into the real world. Dr. Wright looked up at me and begged, "Please, Robin, please, please." He wouldn't stop, and his begging finally broke my psyche. He had stripped me down emotionally, and I realized that the only safe way out of that situation would be to allow him to now strip me down physically. I knelt down and succumbed to his demands. I kept thinking, this isn't the only time in my life I've done something I didn't want to do. It's no big deal. I can do this. So I took what seemed to be the only viable option and allowed him to rape me. After he was finished, he scooped me in his arms
and stroked my hair.
I want you to know that you're the only one. It'll be our secret. Promise that you won't tell anyone our secret.
Clearly, I was not the only one. In hindsight, I realized that he was obviously well practiced, practice that comes only with repetition. I nodded yes, not looking at him. As he pulled up his pants, he told me he loved me and that he wanted to leave his wife for me. Broken, I walked out into the innocence of the new fallen snow, which did little to alleviate the darkness of my soul. When I got home, confused and dazed, Peter yelled obscenities at me as the children jumped up and down with delight, ready for their bedtime routines. I read them stories as usual. Then I took a long, long bath, an attempt at purification. I would never, ever tell anyone about what had happened. I entered the silent club of women who had been raped. What was important was my husband and my children. I didn't count. I had put a man's needs before mine. Wasn't that what all mothers did? Was I to blame for this feeling of being trampled upon and emotionally ravished? I was willing to endure anything in order to be a good Christian wife and mother. I had totally forgotten about my precognitive dream about being raped. In truth, I had entered that club long before my shrink raped me, but this was the first time I couldn't avoid the reality of calling it rape. Not only did I not realize then that I had been in that club for a long time, but I also didn't realize that most of us in that club couldn't speak up about it. Now that I knew, I found my voice and my destiny. The next day, I couldn't stop the emotional turmoil that kept interfering with my ability to function. Why couldn't I forget about it like all the other horrible times in my life? Why couldn't I keep my priorities straight? I thought about reporting him, but to whom? And who would believe me, the woman who thought she was psychic? When I skipped my next appointment, the therapist called to lure me back into his office by reminding me how desperately I needed his expertise.
We're still friends, aren't we?
Yes, I lied.
Well, you know a lot about me now, and you'd better come back so we can talk some more.
No. I hung up. He kept calling.
Come back, Robin. You could start a revolution by doing that.
I didn't know what he meant exactly, but for some reason, the word revolution switched on something in me. It was then I found the will to defend myself. I intentionally did not take immediate action, but instead stepped back to give myself time to think things through. I became proactive instead of reactive. I knew I would have to find a way to take action in which Dr. Wright couldn't make good on his threat to take my children away from me. I might never have become the fierce warrior that I am now had Dr. Wright not pushed me to protect my children, even when I was seemingly impotent to protect myself. Part 2. Chapter 8. The therapist's words about starting a revolution were so odd they tossed around in my head like laundry in a dryer. I obsessively continued to run a perfect household. As I folded laundry and did dishes, my thinking had begun to reorganize itself. Within that week, I noticed that Peter was scratching his hairy chest, pubic area, and armpits a lot. Finally, he asked me to look at his itching skin. What I saw was visible proof that Peter was cheating on me. He had crabs. I had been sleeping with a crab-infested, cheating husband. Peter, why are you cheating on me? He yelled back.
You can have sirloin steak every night of the week, but that doesn't mean you don't want lobster every now and then.
That night, I made Peter move out of our home. You're going to start treating me right, Peter, or I'm divorcing you. Our children deserve better role models than we've been. This family isn't just for the benefit of the three of you. I'm in it too. Radical. My mother felt she had been publicly humiliated by my choice to evict my husband. How unladylike. No one else will want you with your history of health problems, and you can't have any more children. Don't you realize that a woman can't survive as a single parent? Peter's mother was furious with me. A bad marriage is better than no marriage. Don't you know that boys will be boys? After all, he doesn't beat you. You expect too much from a man. Stay with him for the children's sake. Grandmother Farmington said, "Don't you know all husbands cheat on their wives?" Was I being unrealistic? Should I keep my mouth shut and not make a fuss? What could I expect out of life? I should be grateful I had a husband. After all, I was such a burden. But a line had been crossed. I was sick of pleasing everyone but myself. On the other hand, how was I going to take care of my children and myself? Would Peter get custody because of my health problems? But I didn't deserve the treatment I got from him or from Dr. Wright. The night Peter got paid, he was at the door. Crying, he asked to come in. I wanted him to be able to see the children. I also needed his paycheck. Through his tears, he said he'd kill himself if I didn't take him back. Of course, he blurted this out while sitting between the kids on the couch, his arms wrapped tightly around their little forms. The kids were screaming that I had to take him back or Daddy was going to kill himself with his shotgun. I stood my ground. No, I told Peter. Find yourself a good therapist, and I'll find a female therapist, and then we can go to marriage counseling. This is non-negotiable. I was sick of living a sick life. Peter agreed. The children watched him pack his clothes. He hugged them as they cried. Then he left to go live at his brother's. When Peter's father found out that I had thrown his son out of his own house, he went to a local bar and proceeded to get very drunk. When the bartender cut him off, he went to his logging truck for his chainsaw, came back in, and sawed the bar in half. The owner of the bar never pressed charges. However, word spread quickly. I came to be forever known in our rural community as the bitch who threw Peter out after he had stayed with me, as sick as I was. The only two girlfriends I had at the time came to see me. Sue said she couldn't hang out with me anymore because she was Catholic. Bonnie said my children deserved better than to come from a broken home. Their responses emboldened me even more. I was starting to understand that it wasn't just my marriage that was sick. Many other marriages were equally toxic, and my friends and relatives were suffering as a result. Despite all the negative reactions to my choices, I was now filled with the courage to create a world in which my children could grow up feeling safe to be their true selves. My revolt was in full swing. I called a lawyer. The lawyer literally saved my life. He connected me with an actual therapist, who, at my insistence, was female. Normally, Dr. Jasmine had a year-long waiting list, but she took me right away. I later learned that she had known of Dr. Wright's predatory behavior 20 years earlier, but had not reported him to the authorities because, like many others, she thought it was a one-time occurrence. Somehow, I kept up with my chores at home and at work. I made it a point to enjoy my children. I truly was just like my mother. No matter what happened to me, I vowed to create as much harmony and stability for my children as possible. At times, though, my strength ebbed, and it was a constant struggle not to commit suicide. Whenever I made the 40-minute commute to get to my therapy sessions, I fought the urge to drive off the road. When I was bathing, I would watch my right arm to make sure it didn't reach for a razor to slit my wrists. Peter kept trying to convince me how much he loved the children and me, but I didn't trust him. I didn't feel I could trust anyone or anything. Finally, Dr. Jasmine helped me to take the risk of telling Peter about the rape. Much to my shock and disappointment, Peter didn't show any anger. He also did not support my decision to pursue a criminal charge. He just wanted me to be the devoted wife and mother I had been before. He also said he wanted to protect me from being victimized by the judicial system, which was certainly a possibility. Somehow, his concern didn't matter much to me anymore. His concern about the judicial system didn't align with his lack of concern about what Dr. Wright had done. It felt like he was really more concerned about what a court case might do to his reputation. Meanwhile, I was haunted by an image, a family picture of the four of us being torn down the middle. One night, Emma became deathly ill. Her tongue mysteriously swelled up, and she began to choke on it. I rushed her to the emergency room. The doctor told me my swift action saved her life. Peter stayed in the hospital with us for 3 days, stroking Emma's hair and whispering to her how much he cherished her. My heart once again went to the place where I yearned to provide a quality home for my children with 2 loving, stable parents. Did Peter finally have his priorities straight? His tenderness toward Emma led me to try again, but when Peter and I tried to make love, all I could see were red horns on his head and a red tail swirling out behind him. I couldn't let him, or any man, that close to me. How could I know which part of me was angry with him and which part was angry at what the therapist had done? When I made a formal complaint to the American Psychological Association, Dr. Wright lost his membership. My lawyer got the therapist's client list and wrote letters to everyone on the list. Their responses revealed a long history of abuse. Most of the women had been sexually involved with him during therapy sessions, sometimes for years. He met his clients in their homes or at hotels and charged their insurance companies for his affairs, sometimes overbilling to the point where their insurance ran out. Since he had told me about his business problems, when Dr. Wright was formally served legal papers for insurance fraud, he immediately suspected me of turning him in. He phoned to warn me to back off. I never did, although he harassed me to the point where I developed agoraphobia. I confronted some of the women I had questioned about the therapist before I started seeing him. How could you not have told me? They all told me they felt that as mothers and wives, they couldn't risk sullying their reputations. More victims of a system that protected men at the expense of women. It was so illogical. Even though I was traumatized and ill, I knew this much. Parents are supposed to make the world a safer place for their children. If something is happening to us, it could happen to them. Failing to stop people who are causing harm hurts not just us as individuals. It hurts everyone. I knew I had to come clean and stop letting shame silence me. I knew I needed to teach my children to be aware of the constant threat of victimization. It is, unfortunately, part of the world we live in. I knew I needed to teach them how to revolt against victim consciousness, to prevent harmful people and events from degrading their lives. That meant I needed to learn how to do that too. I set out to learn the best way to use my own experience to challenge those who would use me or my loved ones for their own selfish purposes. I was determined to no longer allow that malicious consciousness to flourish. When I met with the state's attorney general, I asked him to give my name and phone number to anyone connected to the case who might need more information about my experience with Dr. Wright. After that, Dr. Wolfson contacted me. He was the doctor who had given his notice to Dr. Wright right before my appointment with him the night of my rape. It turned out that Dr. Wolfson had left because he had a gut feeling that Dr. Wright was sexually involved with his clients. It was Dr. Wolfson's license that Dr. Wright had been using to collect insurance payments. Dr. Wolfson felt so badly for my husband and me that he offered us free counseling. I remained with Dr. Jasmine, but Peter availed himself of the therapy with Dr. Wolfson. In addition, Peter was also working a second job and planning a trip to California, a sort of second honeymoon. He was trying to make up for the past. He wanted my forgiveness. My parents insisted that I let my husband take me on this trip. I was too exhausted to argue. My mother made it clear that coming with my children to live with her was simply not an option, so I had better make things work with Peter. She would lend a hand in raising the children, but she would never help me financially. Dad couldn't budge her on this matter. Peter and I did have a good time on our second honeymoon, but the past was too present. The damage was irreparable. Peter was trying hard, but I was emotionally incapable of being in a relationship with myself, never mind with him. When we got home, Peter willingly stayed with the children for the first time so I could have a weekend by myself to decide whether or not I would take him back. I went to Maine, where I read or walked barefoot up and down the coastline. The gritty cold of the sand squishing between my toes reminded me of the authenticity of the earth. I yearned to find the same reality in my mind, where Dr. Wright and Peter and my problems no longer mattered. Just as I began to relax, however, I was struck by a vision of myself in a long, old-fashioned dress and bonnet, walking alone down a wharf, waiting for a ship to return with my husband. In this vision, other people were walking past me, whispering that I should give up waiting for my beloved, who would never return home. I left the waterfront and went back to my one-room cabin with a huge hearth for cooking. I could see my bed and trunk and rocking chair. I was so unnerved by this vision that I left Maine and headed back home. While traveling, I tried to sort out what I had just experienced. Looking back now, the message of the vision was clearly that I needed to get used to the idea of being alone. With the mindset I had at the time, though, I thought it was a warning that if I didn't make my marriage work, I would be miserable and feel abandoned. It made me feel that I must go home and fight for my marriage, so I didn't wind up like my great-great-grandmother Sarah. As I walked through the front door at home, I announced that Peter could move back in. He and the children danced around in glee. I felt like a rag doll whose stuffing was falling out. I was terrified I had lost my mind. I was experiencing myself in different lifetimes, and I wasn't even sure I believed in reincarnation. I felt like a zombie, a robotic Stepford wife. The circles under my eyes were so pronounced that Peter called me his little raccoon face. When he suggested I call Dr. Jasmine and make another appointment, I did as he suggested. When I met with her, she was deeply concerned about my deteriorating health. Something inside me was escalating to cause such visible symptoms, so she started directing my sessions away from the rape. She guided me through a visualization technique to help me heal from my mysterious attachment to my psychosomatic PMS. I began to see visions come forth from what I now know is my third eye. I see something black. It's a little dark and gooey thing, the consistency of wet cement. Sticky stuff all clumped together. That was the totality of my inner picture, until a few days later, when I got a strong flash of a tiny fetus, a little bitty, burnt-looking, crusty baby. I told Dr. Jasmine about the vision. Both of us thought of it as a symbol of some sort. She recommended I go to a medical doctor, but I wouldn't. Why bother? In all my previous visits, they had found nothing. That night, I had a dream. I was up on the ceiling of a conference room, looking down at beings in white togas who referred to themselves as the Angelic Council. I felt they were trying to manipulate my future, although it seemed that they at least thought they had good intentions. The leader said they needed a soul that was inadvertently attached to mine. If they took the soul, I might not live through the process. They didn't want to hurt me, but they needed the soul to complete another mission. It was decided that this soul's mission was more important than mine. I was expendable. I woke up with a start, feeling like I had just lost the lottery. At that moment, I didn't know or understand that the agreements I had negotiated prior to coming into this life were always renegotiable by me at any time the situation became unsatisfactory. I know this now because I have since learned this from my guides, but my lack of awareness then meant I allowed things to happen in my life because I believed I had no other option. Soon, I noticed an odd sensation in the upper right side of my abdomen, like a scab under the skin, and it ached. My whole abdomen felt crampy, like something was scraping at my insides. I began to spot vaginally all the time. I tried to ignore it. After all, I'd been to the doctor 10 times over the past 5 years for similar symptoms, and nothing had been found. It just confirmed my suspicions that something was wrong in my head. I suffered in silence. One morning, Peter asked me to go out to breakfast with him. He hired a babysitter, an unusual treat. As I grimaced with discomfort during the meal, Peter said, "I've had enough of this." He took me to the emergency room. "Mrs. Holt," the doctor said, "I think you're pregnant. Even with tubal ligations, miracles do happen." He gave me an antibiotic in case my uterine expansion was due to an infection and sent us home to await the test results. Could I be pregnant? If I was, it was a miracle. I reminded Peter about my visions of the baby Sarah. Maybe this was Sarah. A phone call cut the discussion short. I was not pregnant. When I finished my prescription, I should call the doctor again. The medication didn't help, so I was scheduled for an exam, which showed my uterus had taken on a curious shape and was about the size of a 2-month pregnancy. The doctor thought the itsy-bitsy fibroid tumor, the one that the doctors had insisted for all these years couldn't possibly be the cause of my complaints, was now infected and trying to push its way through my uterine wall. Surgery was scheduled immediately, a hysterectomy. I was too exhausted to request a second opinion. I was simply praying that the surgery would return me to good health after so many gynecological problems. I was freezing and shaking all over when I woke up from the surgery and knew something was very wrong. I had lost a great deal of blood, which necessitated 3 blood transfusions during what should have been a simple, uncomplicated procedure. I could feel the blood dripping into my arm. The doctor told me, "We were quite shocked when we performed a D&C prior to the hysterectomy. It appears you retained placental tissue, known as ghost cells. Whatever it was, it's been in there a long time, but the infection was new. You lost a lot of blood because your uterine veins had severe varicosity. They were the size of a 9-month pregnancy." "That's what I dreamed," I whispered to the doctor. "I dreamed I was carrying a petrified dead baby. It's Eric's twin, isn't it?" The doctor told me he was going to examine Eric's records to see if he had missed something 5 years ago. As he got up to leave the room, he said, "I don't base anything on dreams, Robin." 2 days later, the pathologist confirmed the distinct probability that I had retained fetal tissue. In other words, the ghost cells were a calcified fetus. But Dr. Page shook his head and denied the possibility. He was going to hire another pathologist for a second opinion. Eric's records confirmed there had only been 1 placenta, He had not been remiss in his care for me. I tried to explain that I wasn't looking for a reason to sue him for malpractice. I simply wanted him to acknowledge my inner wisdom concerning the baby I had been dreaming about for years. He thought I was mentally disturbed. I argued. Eva and Emma were fraternal twins, and so had 2 placentas. You told us at my post-op checkup that you thought I was carrying twins again. You told us that it is genetic to carry multiple sets of fraternal twins. Eric's twin was in a separate sac from the right ovary. When you removed the ovarian cyst and the right ovary, you said that if the baby were from that ovary, it would die. Remember? Maybe Eric's twin did die, and I didn't expel it because of all the mixed messages my body was getting at the time. Maybe this was my body's way of preserving the pregnancy for Eric. You know I've had gynecological problems ever since Eric's birth. At the time of the tubal ligation, my uterus was still the size of a 6 to 8 week pregnancy. Someone should have given me a D&C years ago, especially when an ultrasound 2 years after giving birth to Eric indicated the same enlargement. Why can't you admit the truth? He ignored my logic. In his most doctor-like way, he said, "You will have to be aware, always, of the varicose veins in your abdomen and inferior vena cava system, which will eventually cause a life-threatening problem. The valves that maintain the flow of blood in your leg's veins have collapsed. This is a very grave situation. You already had chronic deep vein thrombophlebitis, and now you have venous insufficiency. If your lower body starts swelling, get to an emergency room. You may have a stroke or a heart attack at any time." Would I ever stop needing the medical society that was such a blessing and a curse in my life? That was the last time I ever saw Dr. Page. He never admitted to anyone the truth of my situation since he was so fearful of being sued, although I never blamed him for being human. He would have had to be an expert sleuth to have suspected that I was carrying a dead baby for 5 years. Clearly, these freak incidents were part of my unfolding destiny. The rest of my hospital stay was a nightmare. They were short-staffed, so my mother came to help me. She wheeled me into a shower room, only to get my gown tangled with my tubes. I had to be rescued as I screamed in pain, with the incision opening up and blood oozing from the wound. Then Peter tried to help. While tidying up the room, he accidentally stepped on smelling salts, and I laughed at the horrific smell. Blood slid out of my incision, and the nurse sent him home and gave me painkillers. The interns then sent me home, even though I told them I wasn't ready. I couldn't walk unattended or eat, but they discharged me anyway. On top of that, Dr. Jasmine warned me to keep my supposed psychic ability out of earshot of the medical doctors, who had called her to ask if I should be sent to the psychiatric ward for a diagnosis. Be careful, she warned, of whom I talked to and about what. Once again, it was don't tell. Chapter 9. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I knew I had a kidney infection, but it didn't yet show on test. 3 days later, I was readmitted to the hospital, severely ill. This time, they managed to diagnose the kidney infection. I wondered why they didn't just kill me and get it over with. Once in the hospital room, I fell asleep, only to be awakened by the awareness that my bed was trembling. How strange. We don't get earthquakes in New Hampshire. I looked around the room. No one else's bed was shaking. Was I trembling? No, it was the bed. Was someone trying to talk to me? Abruptly, my connection to the world shut off, and I was standing in a mist, looking at a house full of people a short distance from where I stood. I noticed one woman standing in front of the house with her back to me. I intuitively knew her. She reminded me of my mother and sister. Her hair was thick, wavy, and dark brown. Her gauze-like white gown made her seem surreal in the foggy atmosphere. She turned and faced me with a penetrating ray of attention and flowed toward me. I am your great-grandmother Emma. Your grandfather was my son. Like you, I had twins and one died. I realized I was carrying my tiny calcified baby Sarah in my arms as my great-grandmother spoke to me. As I soon realized it, the precious blue-eyed Sarah appeared in my great-grandmother's arms. Grandmother Emma continued, Robin, you have been fulfilling your sacred contract well. You will begin to remember it. You have endured all that has happened to you for a reason. Ever since your first near-death experience at the river, you have been open to and obeying your inner guidance to the best of your human ability. Just as a little baby needs to crawl before it can walk, so must the new breed of humans learn how to manage and utilize their psychic abilities. Would you be angry with a baby for falling as it learned to walk? Do not chastise yourself or your world for its mistakes. Continue on your path and know your spiritual family is with you. Because you have been who you are, the message will be brought to the world through your story. The traumas you have been through will demonstrate the full spectrum of emotions you must cope with in order to find the divine passageway. As you clear the slate of emotions, you are more able to discern the clarity of your intuition. You are needed on the planet. For now, simply trust that your most important task is to share the process you have endured. Know that Sarah's purpose in your life was to teach you to have unequivocal trust in your intuition. Have absolute faith and absolute will. Know that your purpose is for you to deliver the message of your wisdom to people on your planet who will listen. Mothers will heed your call. They will walk with your soul and identify with your journey. This will enable them to see the rhythm of life. You must return now. You cannot remain here much longer, or you won't be able to go back. To know that this really happened, ask someone to look inside my desk and find the old family Bible. Inside will be a poem I wrote about Christianity. This will be your proof that I did indeed have this conversation with you. I tried to argue. I don't want to go back. Please, Grandmother Emma, I want to stay here with Sarah. No, Robin. She was curt. You must go back. But first, I must teach you to name the babies. You must pass on this method to all mothers so they can remember the true role of parenting. The essential truth of existence is to live one's soul purpose. It is up to each of us to discover our individual soul purpose. The act of naming is asking to be shown one's soul purpose and to be given whatever resources are necessary to accomplish the goal of living a soul-driven life. An essential part of this process is to nurture, to mother, our own soul. The soul creates a human form through a physical vessel humans call the mother. The soul chooses to create a human form so it can learn through the qualities of the subconscious mind, the senses of awareness, intuition, touch, smell, hearing, taste, and sight. The true Father is universal law which governs all life forms, whether one believes in them or not. For example, whether or not one believes in gravity does not affect its presence and its impact on one's life. When the mother, the soul, unites with the Father, universal law, the energies get expressed out through the third eye, the place of vision, the place where perception lives. Our subconscious minds receive information through our senses according to our perception, and it is our perceptions that govern our life experiences. That's what the seventh sense is: perception without judgment. When we cling to our judgments, our hurts from past traumas, we limit our ability to move forward. We must let go of the boat anchor if we are ever to rise above the waterline. When we do not claim our own perception of our own realities, we become vulnerable to energies that are not our soul's own. As she spoke, she showed me how to perform an intentional naming ritual that would allow my children to claim their own perception of their own reality. I was sitting in a meadow with a baby in my arms, the one I had aborted when I was a teenager, Daisy, my beloved first daughter. My great-grandmother said, "Robin, there are two ways to name your babies. You either say, in manner similar to traditional religious christening, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, I christen you Daisy. Or you can say, in the name of the all-conscious Sun, the sacred Moon, and Mother Earth, I name you Daisy. Robin, ask Daisy which way she wants to be named and tell me what you hear." As I gazed deeply into Daisy's brown eyes, I heard her say she wanted to be named the second way. Grandmother Emma said, "Look her right in the eyes, Robin, and repeat after me. In the name of the all-conscious Sun." I repeated, in the name of the all-conscious Sun, and the sacred Moon, and the sacred Moon, and Mother Earth, and Mother Earth. Grandmother Emma commanded with authority, "I name you Daisy." I solemnly proclaimed, "I name you Daisy." I felt such deep joy and relief. I could feel the wind as little Daisy found her way back to her next highest vibration. Grandmother Emma asked, "Robin, can you tell me why Daisy came into your life?" She came to teach me I was to take womanhood and motherhood matters very seriously. She came to remind me of my sole purpose, to restore the lineage of mothers Jesus referred to when he spoke to me on the day I drowned. She also told me that her life would continue in another form at another time. My great-grandmother said, "Daisy wants you to forgive yourself. You simply had an experience with her. You did not make a mistake. Experiences are to be learned from. That was your agreement." Grandmother Emma, is Daisy saying that she chose me as her mother? Yes. Why, when she knew I would abort her? To teach you that no matter how long a soul is present in a body, it has a purpose. Many women are aborting and miscarrying babies, and they have not been graced with the divine knowing of this sacred exchange. You, Robin, must teach them. You will help women remember their knowing again. My great-grandmother said that Eva was ready now to be named. I said, I can do it on my own. I asked Eva how she preferred to experience her naming ceremony. She indicated that she wanted me to do the same as I had done with Daisy. I proceeded. In the name of the all-conscious Sun, the sacred Moon, and Mother Earth, I name you Eva. I felt the same euphoric joy as I understood from Eva that her sole purpose had been fulfilled. I heard her say, "I came into your life to teach you that you are precognitive, a baby spirit medium, and a medical intuitive, especially for infants. Use your abilities to help mothers remember the sacred rites of motherhood, their ability to telepathically communicate with their children, and to trust their mother's intuition. I give you this prayer to share with them. My mother, my father, balanced in sacred wisdom within my heart, hallowed be thy love. Align my energies with thy divine source. Assist me, help me to know and trust my own knowing, and grant me the courage to act upon it." I learned something else vitally important from Eva. I learned that each of us chooses and accepts a sole purpose for this existence, and the fulfillment of that purpose is our primary objective for this life. Eva achieved her objective before she was even born. The rest of us achieve our objectives at different times and in different ways. Eva also told me what she had been trying to communicate years earlier, when she was in the ICN before she died. She had been trying to tell me then that her spirit would never leave me. Her sole purpose had been to wake me up, to know that I could and would communicate with the souls of many babies prior to their conception. She taught me that no matter how long babies lived, they came with purpose. My grief at the time had been so strong that I couldn't hear her, but I could hear her now, and her message was glorious. It was Sarah's turn. As I named her, she claimed her soul's purpose. I came to build a bridge between alternative medicine and allopathic medicine. Then, surprisingly, it was my turn. I saw myself holding myself as a newborn in my own arms. As I tenderly gazed into my own brown eyes and felt the weight on my own body, I asked myself how I wanted to be named. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I name myself Robin. I began to feel myself leaving these sacred females. I tried to will myself to stay with them, but I was told I had to go back to Earth. I could not escape my sacred contract by staying in the blissful, luxurious comfort of love. Abruptly, my great-grandmother Emma, baby Sarah, baby Eva, and baby Daisy were gone. The fog-like atmosphere was gone. Instead, I was standing alone in a huge green field, under a blazing noonday sun and a blue sky punctuated with white clouds. The warmth was delicious. I was driving a small tractor on a dirt road, winding through the limitless horizon. Information was being filtered into my higher self, but I could not hear the messages. I was told I would know the information when the time was right. As I meandered on my tractor in the hot sun, I began to perceive the meaning of life and death in a new way. I could see the continuity, the flow of interwoven lives in this dimension and others, my misunderstood imagination, the crazy lady syndrome. I understood that I had entered this lifetime with a purpose. We all do. Obviously, there was a master plan, some sort of eternal blueprint. There was a connection to a spiritual family. We were reborn time and time again, here and in other places, to assist others and ourselves on our sacred mission. I watched as a wispy white flow of energy got sucked back into my body through my solar plexus. When I came to, my sister Julie was by my side. From that moment on, Julie became my earth angel. She stayed with me in the hospital for the next 3 days. I told her and my mother about my dream. Mom said I had described her grandmother's looks and personality just as they had been when she was alive. It was true that grandmother Emma had twins, and one died. My mother had not previously told me about my great-grandmother's twins because, as she had done by shielding me from the information the sheriff had brought about my husband's family, she was trying to protect me from trauma in the only way she knew how. She also knew, as I had not known, that there was a family Bible and that grandmother did have her own favorite desk. My mother called my great-uncle and asked him to look in the family Bible in grandmother's desk. He was skeptical, as he had searched it after she died years earlier. To placate my mother, he did look again and found something he had not seen in his earlier search. My mother drove to his house to get it and read it to me over the phone. This is what was on the piece of paper my uncle found in the family Bible, in my grandmother's handwriting. A railroad man's prayer. An old railroad employee was converted at a meeting and was asked to lead in prayer. He hesitated a moment. Then, with a trembling but clear, resounding voice, he said reverently, "O Lord, now that I have flagged thee, lift up my feet from the rough road of life and plant them safely on the deck of the train of salvation. Let me use the safety lamps known as prudence and all the couplings in the train with the link of love and my hand to be the Bible,
And Heavenly Father, keep all switches closed that lead off on the sidings, especially those with a blind end. O Lord, if it be thy pleasure, have every semaphore blocking along the line show the white light of hope that I may make the run of life without stopping. And Lord, give us the 10 commandments for the schedule. And when I have finished on scheduled time and pulled into the dark station of death, may the superintendent of the universe say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Come and sign the payroll and receive your check for eternal happiness." Footnote: the author of this piece is unknown. My great-grandmother apparently copied it from a newspaper or magazine as something she found very powerful and placed it in her Bible where she could find it easily. Discovering this piece of paper that no one in the family previously knew anything about let my parents and siblings know, finally, that I really had a gift. My gifts had been awakened when I drowned as a child. Meeting my deceased great-grandmother during yet another near-death experience so many years later finally taught me to trust and accept my own perception of my own reality, to acknowledge that I had gifts I needed to be using. I now understood that I could know, trust, and act upon my own knowing. If I had been disinclined to believe that my experience with my great-grandmother Emma had been real, finding her handwritten document exactly where she had told me to look validated it, at least in my own mind. Even if no one else had believed it, I did. Chapter 10. I had become aware of my gifts when I almost drowned as a child, and now, as a young mother who had lost 3 children, I can no longer deny the reality that I was psychic. If I had not been filled, from birth, with religious guilt and fear about listening to my own inner guidance, I would not have been afraid to take action based on my inner wisdom. I was very grateful for the revelation I received. My sister said my rapist/therapist had been right about one thing. By experiencing being raped, I could start a revolution. I did start one within myself. A revolution of the spirit ladies and motherhood without martyrdom. I had found my boundaries and my free will. It is a place within us that recognizes our sacred center and knows that it is the hub of the wheel of all our choices. Julie, my sister, was also a traveling art teacher and just happened to have art supplies with her. We drew a big circle on a large piece of paper. Then she made a little circle in the middle of the big circle. As she wrote, "Spirit Lady," and "Motherhood Without Martyrdom," on the inside circle, she said, "You know I don't believe in past lives." "Okay, don't," I said. Our mother re-entered the room with a basket of laundry, and we invited her to join us. Mom finished the laundry, ate her nighttime snack, and was ready to head off to bed, but we asked her to pray with us. She quickly perched on the end of the couch, dropped her head, pressed her hands together in the prayer position, and said, "I pray that I will always do right by my family." Then Mom looked up and said, "You know, girls, I've prayed that same prayer every night of my life, right after my sandwich spread and peanut butter sandwich." My sister said a prayer that I would find a way to recover from my seemingly cursed life, and that I would find a way to feel blessed with my metaphysical gifts. As she prayed, I had an epiphany. I saw that now that I knew it was up to me to protect myself, I needed to take whatever steps were necessary to not betray what I knew to be true for me. If I didn't adhere to that awareness, I would leave myself open to psychic and physical harm. If I wasn't aware of my power to make conscious choices, then I would be vulnerable to the experience of being raped again. I also realized there was no difference between psychic rape and physical rape. The same way I would buckle my kids' seatbelts in the car to keep them safe, I would teach each of them to think for themselves, to listen for and follow their own soul's guidance.
When my mother and sister went to bed, I got out a dictionary. I discovered the Latin root of the word psychic means of the soul. Being psychic means listening to your own soul's guidance. If we aren't leading our lives from our own inner knowing, then we become sitting ducks for indoctrination by other people. I would no longer prostitute myself for others' insane belief systems. Not me. Not my babies. It was time to buck the status quo. I had never been crazy. In that moment, I decided that in a world full of choices, I would choose bliss for myself by listening to my own inner knowing. Clearly, my great-grandmother Emma's handwritten version of the Railroad Man story was a sign from heaven. In spite of all the heartache and hardships, I had learned that Sarah's sole purpose was to teach me to trust my intuition, to trust the part of me that I had been taught was vile and possibly evil, to recognize the part of me that was not recognized by the world around me, to see the divinity in that part of me that was my most sacred contact with the divine. God had not abandoned me. Now that I knew I was a loved member of a spiritual lineage, I also knew it was up to me to share with others what I had learned. As exhausted as I was, I could see that I was still on earth because I needed to pick up my spiritual sword and rip down the existing fabric of Christianity as taught by the church. Christ Jesus was a teacher about the truth of universal love. What we have been taught by the purveyors of so-called Christianity for thousands of years has been a distortion of Jesus' message. If you don't feel the message of love in your heart, then you haven't got his message at all. Footnote. My forthcoming book, Love Letters from Heaven, discusses how I've come to understand what can happen when you get the mind out of the way and listen to your heart. People need to understand several key concepts. The teachings of Christ are cosmic intergalactic communications. We must ultimately communicate through the intelligence of love. The heart carries an electromagnetic pulse that is measurable. It is love. The intelligence of love is strengthened when the intergalactic communications of individuals everywhere level up. It is understood, even by our government, that there are other life forms and that the ultimate communication must be love. Patriarchy interprets the idea of Jesus Christ, what it duplicitously calls Christianity, as a cudgel to enforce compliance with its agenda of maintaining power and control over people. Jesus Christ's purpose, however, is not to serve as a weapon for patriarchal domination. Jesus Christ's purpose is to awaken the heart to the frequency of eternal and universal love. Every individual has a soul essence that originates in our divine DNA. We are children of God, literally. The love we feel, the love that emanates from our hearts, is proof of our divine heritage. Jesus teaches us to reclaim our power to love ourselves, to love each other, to use love to heal and grow. I no longer needed church-induced trauma as an intercessory tool to have a relationship with Jesus and the power of love. As this newly empowered female emerged, Peter became even less enchanted with our marriage. One quiet night, Peter got very honest with me, or maybe God used him to channel a message to me. It was probably the latter, because Peter sure has stayed sore at me all these decades later for having the gall to divorce him. He told me he had come to realize that what I wanted from him, he couldn't give to me. He said I wanted him to share his soul with me, and he just didn't think he needed to do that. His words hit me like a lightning strike. He was right. I did want to be in a soulful marriage, and I had been thinking if I just tried a little harder, it would happen. I didn't know it until then, but I was pointlessly fighting a losing battle. My marriage with Peter was an unwittingly idealized concept of love based on the inherited, trauma-filled male domination insanity loop of generations of dysfunctional marriages. Peter thought that was a fine type of marriage, and he wasn't willing to change with me to redefine it. Of all the BS things my mother would say, like, it's up to the wife to make a marriage work, was just dumb. It takes two people who are committed to their own soul growth and to each other to create a marriage like what I had imagined marriage could be. Peter could finally understand what I wanted, and he knew he wasn't willing to do the inner work to create an imago type of marriage, one between two adults. Peter told me that I should be content with our marriage because he worked hard at his jobs, and that fact alone should be sufficient to let me know that he loved me. When I said I wanted more from a marriage, Peter literally said to me, as he had said before,
Don't let the door hit you in the ass when you go.
with that last verbal slap from him and the slamming of the house door as I left, doors of opportunity began to open for me to safely take myself and our children out of that dumpster fire marriage and create a new life. It was another decade after those brutally honest moments with Peter that I finally figured out that I am my own best asset, and that the type of marriage I wanted might not ever be available to me. It was then when I trusted myself as a woman to go it alone, when I finally stopped trying to find a husband, when I stopped beating myself up for wanting a marriage that most might think unimaginable. That was when the universe said, "Hold my beer." Soon after getting divorced from Peter, we sold the house and split the equity. I, at age 32, re-enrolled in my hometown college. If I wanted to support my two young children, I would need to complete my college degree. The state attorney general's office had told me about the New Hampshire vocational rehabilitation program that would help pay my way through school. It was just the hand up I needed. The kids and I had our own apartment on the college campus. I went straight to college full-time, had 3 part-time jobs, and was pursuing a lawsuit. Emma and Eric were 9 and 7 years old. The children never asked where Daddy went. He had spent so little time with them overall that they didn't even notice when he was gone. Emma, Eric, and I were a team. We could finally relax in our own home. I was so grateful. I had broken the pattern of accepting domestic violence as the inevitable backdrop of my life. I needed time and a teacher to develop a balanced relationship with my new sense of self and my sixth sense. Now that I was bending over backwards to please my inner voice, I found myself bowing to a new authority, the non-physical, spiritual hierarchy who seemed to rule over Sarah and had been willing to sacrifice me. Could I trust them? I felt victimized once again. I felt like I had gone from obeying Christian theology to obeying some sort of metaphysical New Age practice. I was still not able to hold my own soul-based mystical perceptions. I knew I was still unbalanced, but didn't know what I really needed. Dr. Jasmine referred me to a kinesiology practitioner named Jane, and she became, for a time, a metaphysical mentor for me. She worked with me by using the technique of muscle testing called kinesiology, through which the mind can't abort your body's own knowing. Jane helped me discover so much that had been hidden deep in my body's intelligence that, even all these decades later, I am still processing it. Although this technique seemed like it was probably correct, I still needed to sit with it to give myself time to discern whether what I was learning resonated, whether it rang true. During one session, Jane said, "You are not going to believe this. I'm receiving a channeled message that comes from muscle testing your body. It's from the voice of Mary Magdalene. This voice is saying, 'Robin, we, Master Christ Jesus and I, are your soul's parents. We are teachers of peace, and you as our offspring carry this legacy.'" As I worked with Jane, waves of images surged in my third eye. I was inside Mary Magdalene's womb. I experienced what that baby felt like while its mother, Mary Magdalene, was at the foot of Jesus' cross. Then the vision switched abruptly. The baby witnessed Jesus as he appeared 3 days later to Mary Magdalene. It was then that Magdalene told him about her pregnancy. I experienced the breakdown and the breakthrough of these moments in history. These visions created alternating waves of intense grief and intense joy throughout my body. Jane held me as I cried. Spasms of emotions came up and out through my being. As the spasms left, I told Jane about my near-death experiences. Although this specific experience was profoundly emotional, to this day, I question what I thought I was remembering. Could what Jane had told me really be possible? Maybe we'll never know. What I believe is that experience taught me to be comfortable with not knowing, to accept the great mystery of life. The big lie of Christianity is that it teaches us that we are inherently unlovable, that we must somehow earn the love of God, of Jesus, of our fellow beings. It teaches us to question our own worth. The unfiltered, unadulterated truth that Jesus teaches us, however, is that we are beings of love in our very essence, and that fact is non-negotiable. So, what Jane relayed to me was right in a sense. I didn't have trouble believing it, but I have struggled, and at times continue to struggle with accepting it. What I have come to realize is that the vision I had of being the child of Mary Magdalene and Jesus Christ gave me permission to release the toxicity of the teachings of the church and to instead accept the legacy of love from my spiritual parents. Now I am better able to help others to understand that they may accept this legacy of love for themselves as well. 2 months after I had that experience with Jane, I was recruited to participate in an experiment concerning near-death experiences. When my psychology of religion professor, Dr. Joel Funk, spoke about near-death experiences, NDEs, I realized that my metaphysical experiences had a name. Dr. Funk was extremely influential in helping me to understand how unique my spiritual experiences had been. I was viewed as so unique that a Canadian film company filmed Dr. Funk and me doing the experiment. Dr. Funk had me listen to selected pieces of music to see if they would induce any memories of my NDEs. One song in particular immediately produced tears. I was quite disturbed by the ferocity of my reaction. I was emotionally raw, so homesick for the other side that I felt like my soul was being wrenched out of my solar plexus. After the documentary was released, a literary agent asked me to author a book, but I didn't feel I had the time to pursue that just then. At the end of 1988, I had finally graduated with a 3.7 GPA from college and found a job working as a counselor with teenagers. I thought my dream of having a normal life as a working single mother finally was going to be fulfilled. Then, in May of 1990, the circulatory disease that Dr. Page had warned me about after my hysterectomy struck me down. I couldn't stand up for more than 20 minutes without feeling pain from my swelling venous system. I had blood clots in both legs. My condition was so far gone that I was inoperable. The valves in my leg veins, with direct routes to the heart and lungs, had collapsed. Proper blood circulation to the legs was impossible. I needed to keep moving or keep off my legs, and to elevate them whenever I felt the need. The doctor said if I could learn to walk on my hands for the rest of my life, I'd be okay. I collected short-term disability payments from my job, but I knew when those payments and my nest egg ran out, I would be destitute. I thought maybe this was the universe's way of freeing up the time I needed to write the book. The publisher had given me a deadline that was fast approaching, so I began to write with a vengeance. It seemed like my last hope for generating revenue with which to raise my children. Without any income, I felt sure others would see me as a 37-year-old failure who had been forced to move to my parents' home, where I knew I would repeatedly hear my mother say, "I told you not to divorce, Peter." Chapter 11. I began writing as a way to fund my life so I could avoid moving home with my parents. And what I discovered was that I knew nothing about writing books. That discovery and the process of learning what I needed to know so I could write my story led me to this. All events are meaningful. Divorce, a stillborn child, or a child who dies young are absolutely tragic. From a broader perspective, though, these are exactly the life experiences that have been chosen to fulfill the soul's purposes for these particular lives. We may never know the reason during this existence, but the lives lived as they were lived were purposeful and fulfilled. The most important thing we can do is to make sure that we view our lives and those of our children with our soul's eyes, as well as through our human eyes and understanding. This level of enlightenment seems like what we would call common sense, but that's not something often taught. This is what it means to see without judgment. Seeing without judgment, then, is an expression of common sense. Common sense, at least for me, means that I often need to sit with something for a bit, sometimes for a long time, to discern whether what I'm seeing or feeling is true or not. Sometimes I just don't know. What I do know to be true is that I accept the teachings of Jesus' role modeling of honoring my soul purpose. Whatever my purpose was in any particular past life, it's not necessarily what my soul purpose is in this lifetime. This lifetime is the one I need to pay attention to now. This is why I tell everyone to go with their own intuition. I am not the keeper of gospel truth, and I don't claim to have the corner on truth. In the same way that I no longer follow the patriarchy with blind faith, I also don't immediately accede to guidance or information that comes to me from other sources either. When I get information or have impressions that I don't know what to do with, I sort of shelve it in my mind, and then I just let it rest until it comes back into my consciousness again. Basically, I sit with new ideas or concepts until I can make sense of them. In every reading or consultation, and on my website and my radio show, whenever I work with someone, I make sure to say, you need to know, trust, and act upon your own knowing. You need to learn to be discerning on your own behalf. Self-care literally requires us to nurture, develop, and honor our ability to respond to our own intuition. This is an essential component of taking responsibility for our own lives. Knowing that I didn't know how to write the book I wanted to write, common sense suggested that I should take a writing class to try to learn what I needed to know so I could finish my book. In that class, I learned a little bit about writing, and I also met Mindy in the first class session. Mindy told me she had just become a Reiki Master after completing her training with William Rand, the founder of the International Reiki Organization. As we became better acquainted, I asked Mindy to tell me more about Reiki. She knew only a little bit about me, but could tell that my life was complicated and stressful. She said, "I need to teach you Reiki. You will use Reiki to heal yourself, and you will give Reiki sessions to individuals and teach classes. I said that sounded like a great opportunity, but I didn't have any money. Mindy was determined to teach me this Japanese method of stress reduction, so she suggested we barter so I could receive the Reiki training. Exposure to Reiki opened up my metaphysical gifts even further. After finishing my training, I began to work as the gifted healer I was born to be, now with the credentials I needed. I was a Reiki Master. I began to give people healing sessions and developed a Reiki practice. Now that I was no longer afraid they were evil, my psychic gifts opened up wide, and I also began to give psychic readings. Another woman suggested I take Essence Reiki training as well as the Japanese version. In the Essence teaching, Jesus and Mary Magdalene and the disciples were all Reiki masters. The more I used Reiki, the more psychic I became. I became clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient, and more. I also became healthier and healthier. I had found a job that made me better and better in every way. I was so grateful to be well enough to be of service to others. My clients could feel my joy. They loved me and told their friends about me. It wasn't long before I could move out of my parents' home. My children and I moved into our own home, and I worked from there. It was the perfect job for me. I had been working as a private Reiki master and clairvoyant psychic medium for 11 years when I began to travel with clients. I was hired frequently by an individual who had us traveling around the country, mostly in New Mexico. I was treated like royalty on these trips and being paid handsomely to do them. Now I was being honored for my sole purpose and my being. On one sojourn to Colorado, I met a woman who wanted me to travel to her house in Wyoming as her personal Reiki master and teach her all levels of Reiki. She had recently been through a painful divorce and wanted the experience of self-empowerment. She and her ex-husband had also lost a child. I felt honored to be chosen to teach the Wyoming woman this high level of Reiki. On the way from the airport to her house, we stopped at a local store to stretch our legs. We decided to go inside. I felt an odd sensation of a hand in the small of my back propelling me to a display case of beautiful handmade Native American medicine pipes. As my eyes landed on one of the pipes, I burst into tears. The store clerk tenderly asked me if I would like to hold one of them. I wanted to hold the one of the buffalo. She asked if I had ever heard the white buffalo calf story. I shook my head, no. As tears streamed down my face, she placed the pipe in my hand and began. Many, many, many years ago, there was little to eat. The grandfathers went into ceremony and asked Great Spirit for help to feed their families. 2 hunters were sent out to hunt for food, while the others stayed back to pray for help. The 2 hunters were spellbound when a beautiful woman appeared out of nowhere. One of the hunters looked at and sexually desired her. He died instantly. But the other hunter got to his knees and revered her. She said, "I am White Buffalo Calf Woman. I have come to teach you to make your family strong again. So you will know that I have come with this prophecy. I will leave you with this pipe. Take a handful of tobacco and bless it with your prayers. When the tobacco has been properly blessed with your message to Great Spirit, then you may begin the ceremony with the pipe. The stem of the pipe represents the male. The bowl of the pipe represents the woman. Only during sacred ceremony, when intention has been set into the tobacco, do you place the stem into the bowl. You are to take tobacco, bless it, and place it into the bowl, honoring the sacred union of the male and the female, and smoke it with peace in your hearts. If you do this, Your nation will have all that it needs. When you exhale the smoke, it will take your prayers up to Great Spirit, and He will take care of your prayers." The beautiful woman said, "So you will know that this is true. There will come a day when the buffalo gives birth to white calves. This will be a sign that peace is coming to the world again." As the clerk finished her story, she said, "It seems that you are being called to be a sacred pipe carrier." "Who? Me? What does that mean?" "It means you are a carrier of information." "How much is the pipe?" "This pipe was handmade by Big Eagle. It is $600. "I don't have $600. "I will call my grandfather and tell him about you. If he thinks the pipe is yours, he will give you a discount." The young woman called her grandfather, who she indicated was a chief in their local community. She hung up the phone and turned to me, smiling. "Grandfather says the pipe is for you, that you need it for protection. How much money do you have in your pocket?" "I have $250. "Then you may have the pipe for that amount." "I don't know what to do with it." "Great Spirit will guide you." I left the store with a wrapped medicine pipe and put the box on the floor in front of my feet. As we continued the drive, we physically saw and counted 150 eagles sitting in full view of the highway. I had never before seen an eagle in my life. The Wyoming woman had seen eagles before, but not 150 of them lined up on either side of the road, sitting in trees and on fence posts. I felt like I had graduated into a mystical practice of beingness. As we drove into her yard, my client's daughter came out to greet us. As we women got out of the truck, we watched 2 owls in a nearby tree mating. The next day, we went into town to get some breakfast. As I was getting ready to close the truck door, a woman I had met on my previous visits to the area came running up and shoved a shoebox in my hand. "Here," she said, "is an eagle head from a fresh roadkill. I was told to give it to you." "Isn't that illegal?" "Yes," she said as she scurried away. The Wyoming woman and I parted ways, knowing that if we were guided to do so, we would do more energy work together. I took my pipe and eagle head and went back home to New Hampshire. I trusted that at some point I would understand. When I got home, I told my family about the remarkable experiences I'd had on my journey. My son decided that Mom was a little off her rocker. According to his understanding, what I was saying simply couldn't be true. A short time later, I had a disturbing vision about my son. Imagine for a moment that you are a mother and you are a psychic. You know deeply in your soul that your son may not listen to you, but you have an important message to relay to him. I had seen him listening to his aunt when she had important things to tell him. I asked her to join us when I shared my vision with him, in hopes that he would not dismiss me without listening. I said, "Eric, I know you don't like what I do, but I have a message for you. In the next 10 days, you need to be especially careful. I see an explosion around you. It seems to be caused by something that practically defies nature. This explosion could kill you." He made small, scoffing noises and walked across the long log cabin porch. As he got into his truck to go to his dad's garage, I looked at Eric's aunt. "Do you think he heard me?" "Can't tell." 9 days later, Eric's paternal grandmother came running through the kitchen door, breathless and weeping hysterically. "Eric was packing a rod in a cannon he made, and it exploded. He is at the emergency room now. He has lost his hand. He's being airlifted by helicopter to a hospital 2 hours away." I hugged the grief-stricken grandmother, trying to calm her. "He will be fine. Would you please take me to the hospital? Because of the circulation problem and blood clots in my legs, I can't drive." I don't remember the ride or walking into the hospital. I just remember being at Eric's head as he lay on the stretcher. I whispered in his ear, "Please ask Archangel Michael for help." He immediately rolled his eyes and told me to stop it. A member of the rescue team overheard me trying to find a ride to the next hospital. A paramedic said, "How much do you weigh?" I answered, 114 pounds. He said, "Come with me." I don't remember the helicopter ride at all. The next thing I do remember was being in the waiting room. While Eric was in surgery, I went into prayerful meditation. Shortly afterwards, the doctor came out and tapped me on the shoulder, summoning me out of meditation. He told me Eric had gone into respiratory arrest, so they had to stop the surgery to put him on a ventilator. The shrapnel from the gunpowder had damaged his lungs. That's when I lost it. No amount of metaphysical knowledge could soothe my mother's heart. The thought of possibly losing Eric was unbearable. If only. The two saddest words in the world. If only I had said to Eric, "If you get a message from your soul that you need to do something a little differently, please listen to it. It will be a small voice. It will not shout in your ear. It may even seem silly to make such an adjustment, but trust it." 2 months later, when Eric came home from the hospital, I learned that he had been given a message just prior to the accident. As he was packing the cannon, the voice said, "If you pack this cannon with a different rod, if it does blow, it won't harm you." My son told me that he had paused for a millisecond, thinking of what I had told him, and then concluded, "Oh, Ma can't be right." Boom. The explosion was a learning opportunity for both of us. Eric learned in a very personal way that I had a genuine gift that could have protected him. He also learned that he has an inner voice of his own that will protect him if he will listen to it. When my son recovered, he presented me with a gift that I hold sacred because it is his acknowledgement, his recognition of the significance of his experience and his understanding of the power of intuition. A silver coin minted in New Zealand, the High Priestess Fortune Teller. The High Priestess Fortune Teller is generally interpreted as a serene fortune teller, with the look of someone who possesses deep secrets, wisdom, and answers. She is a figure that straddles two worlds, the conscious and the subconscious. If you're interested, more information can be found online. It was also during this time that my father had surgery for cancer. I was thoroughly exhausted from all the hospital rounds. When my Wyoming buddy Jill invited me to go as her personal psychic on a Carolyn Miss tour of Ireland and England, I was more than ready to get away for a while. I had only been out of the United States once. My doctor reminded me that each time I got on an airplane, it was like putting a match to a blowtorch. My blood clots were just waiting to move. I understood that a long overseas flight could take my life, but I also knew that I had to go on this trip. One day prior to the trip to Ireland, Jesus came to me clairvoyantly as I was sitting on the front deck of our home. He whispered in my ear,
"You will teach spirituality in the media."
The image of him left as quickly as it came. I would have questioned the mystical experience if all the car alarm systems in the neighborhood hadn't gone off at the same time. What did he mean? It was then I remembered what he had said to me when I drowned at age 3.
"You will go to the place where movies are made to teach the truth through the media."
My client and I had signed up for the tour only 10 days before it started. Along with others who also had signed up late, we were assigned to a smaller hotel than the rest of the group. On the plane trip with the late signer-uppers, we met a young woman, Abigail, who was writing a book about people like Carolyn Miss and, like me, who have intuitive gifts. When I told her about my gifts, Abigail invited Jill and me out for dinner our first night in Ireland so she could interview me. I assumed that was the end of my contact with Abigail. My interview ended up on the cutting room floor. But the next day, she played an even more significant role in my life, a role she will likely never be aware of. The next morning, as we were walking to the Carolyn Miss presentation, Jill and I spied Abigail ahead of us on the sidewalk. I skipped up behind her and pretended to grab a fairy off the back of her knee. Abigail giggled when she recognized that I was playing with her. The man walking beside her looked at me aghast. The look on his face told me that he was thinking, "Who is this nutcase?" I looked at him and thought, "Oh, you just so don't get me, do you?" That night, I dreamed I was to marry that nameless man who clearly thought I was insane. I woke up quite disgruntled. I was never going to get married again. Didn't my guides know that? I avoided this button-down dude for the remainder of the Ireland part of the trip. About 10 days into our 2-week trip, I saw him in the Salisbury Cathedral in Salisbury, England. He was in a lot of emotional pain, eyes glazed over, tears streaming down his cheeks, beads of sweat on his forehead. My spirit answered his call for assistance. I went over to him and gently put my hand on his arm. He didn't look at me right away. Clearly, he was living and responding to another lifetime. Eventually, my presence brought him around. He looked at me confused. Why was I kneeling down next to him? Why were his cheeks wet? Why did he taste tears? I told him that I was clairvoyant and that I could see a past life that he was vividly recalling. I asked him, "May I help you somehow?" He nodded, yes, with a look of desperation in his eyes. I escorted him to a bench outside. The air was sweet with the scent of gardenias. I told him, "I'm going to say a prayer. The prayer sets up an energetic container for you and me to merge our higher states of consciousness and unity consciousness. As we create this energy between us, I will ask that only that which is in your best and highest good have access to us. Is that agreeable to you?" He simply nodded, yes. I began to tell him about a past life I saw that he had had in the cathedral. As I shared my visions, he sobbed. As I held him and handed him tissues, he finally found a way to live in the now, in spite of this horrific memory, and pulled himself out of the emotional torture of this past life recall. As he calmed down, he looked at me deeply. Before he could say anything, I told him what my metaphysical teacher had taught me. Emotions are the doorway to our spirituality. He said, 28 years ago, an astrologer told me that in the second half of my life, I would meet a spirit lady like you, and I was to introduce her into the media. She told me that we were to teach spiritual truths and tools through the media together." He appeared very vulnerable as he spoke these words, like it was not common practice for him to speak to another person in this manner. He continued, "I'm a radio executive in Beverly Hills. I've learned to bridge my own spiritual practice with my radio career, but I don't usually discuss it with anyone. Forgive me if I've offended you." I smiled. When I was 3 years old, I had a near-death experience. I was told by Jesus that if I could survive the first half of my life, which would be very difficult, that I would move to the city where movies are made and be involved with teaching the truth in the media. He smiled. "Well, I guess Jesus didn't lie to you then." I didn't speak much more with my new friend, whose name I didn't know yet. My client, who had paid for me to be her personal psychic, was counting on me to be available during the trip. My new friend respected that I was working. As we parted on the final day, he reminded me to keep his contact information so we could stay in touch. The card he gave me looked like this.
October 3rd, 2000. Dear Robin, now that we've connected, I don't want to lose you. Light and blessings. Love, Bob.
I looked at the card and thought, his name is Bob. I arrived back in New Hampshire. Before I even removed my red wool cape, a woman was at my door with plane tickets for me to join her at a goddess gathering in Taos, New Mexico the following month. Would I go? I called the number Bob had given me. Since I would be as far west as Taos, would that be a good time for me to come visit him? My metaphysical teacher, Janet, had moved to Maui. I could visit him in Los Angeles on a stopover to visit Janet in Maui. Chapter 12. My memory of my visit to Taos is a blur. All I remember is Bob picking me up at the Los Angeles airport and bringing me to the radio station he was running. As we walked up the stairs to his office, I immediately got very, very sick. I said, "I'm so sorry. The energy here is so dense and dark. I can't be here. I can't do a radio show with you. I can't stand the energy." I thought that was the end of my relationship with Bob, the radio man. As I had done so many times in my life before, I suppressed the knowledge of the information I had received earlier. I had forgotten that I was to marry him. We spent a few beautiful days together. He took me to places I never dreamed I would have the opportunity to see, like the restaurant where Julia Roberts filmed one of her scenes for Pretty Woman. When my meal came, there were skirts on my lemons. I'd never seen that before. When I went to remove them, Bob said,
"They come with skirts on, so when you squeeze the lemon, the seeds won't get into your food."
I felt like a real Beverly Hills hillbilly. Then I was off to Maui. I hadn't seen Janet in a year, but even though Janet and I were having a great time together in Hawaii, I found I was missing Bob. I was in trouble. During my brief stopover at the Los Angeles airport on my trip back to New Hampshire, Bob met me with a rose. I inhaled deeply of its and his sweetness. We hung out in the airport for 3 hours together, and we both cried when we parted. We were both in trouble.
"Now that I found you," he said, "I don't ever want to let you go."
I went to visit him again for 2 weeks. He came to visit me in New Hampshire. When he asked me to marry him, I remembered my dream. As we packed our rental car to leave New Hampshire and go live together in Los Angeles, the left side of my face became paralyzed. I couldn't close my left eye, spit, swallow, or smile. One might say that my own subconscious belief systems created an opportunity for my body to express the reality of what an anomaly I am. In other words, the paralysis I experienced was a physical manifestation of my own trepidation about moving into a life that would allow me to live authentically as a fully realized, fully sentient, spirituality-based human. I was literally confronting the reality that I was stepping out of a cruelty-based environment into a life where I knew, finally, that I was worthy of being seen. I had to face that fact so I could take the next step forward, and my face wasn't having it. What I didn't realize at the time, but understand now, decades later, is that when we have our come to Jesus moments, and we do all have them, eventually, it's likely to be a very messy, unstructured, literally deconstructive experience. We are supposed to fall apart so we can rebuild ourselves intentionally. My falling apart face was simply a manifestation of the deeper cosmic inflection point that was occurring in my soul. Even though I was at the time drooling, squinting, and grimacing, Bob told my father that he would take good care of me, that if he had to carry me or push me in a wheelchair, I was his woman. My dad, shocked, said to me, "Robin, how did you get such a good one?" "Dad, I wanted to be with a man who truly valued me." And Bob wanted to be with a woman who truly valued herself. Bob and I finished packing the car with the few personal items that I chose to carry with me into my new life. Bob and I packed the eagle head and the buffalo pipe in a pouch and put the sacred items on the floor of the front seat passenger side. Somewhere along the drive across the country, we stopped at a hospital and found out that I had Bell's palsy, a virus that temporarily causes one's face to become paralyzed. That was not our main concern. We talked frequently about how nervous we were to be carrying that eagle head. The night we were staying in Flagstaff, Arizona, I had a dream. I had to go visit the white buffalo calf and write about my past life as a Native American. Bob was puzzled.
I have never even heard of a white buffalo.
About 20 minutes into our ride the next morning, with the sun yet low in the sky, we saw a sign for the Grand Canyon exit. Bob said,
Hey, why don't you let me take you to the Grand Canyon?
I looked at him with my crooked face. What about your job? Can we take the time? He took the exit. As we drove in silence, feeling the expanse of road that leads to the Grand Canyon, I began to feel agitated. Bob, stop the car. He pulled the car over to the side of the road. With the engine running, he gently said,
What is wrong?
Take that road to the right.
Honey, we're 20 minutes from the Grand Canyon, and you want me to take this road?
Yes.
Don't ever let it be said that I wouldn't take you to the Grand Canyon.
Bob took the right turn. In silence, we were in awe of the feeling of the land around us. Then we saw the sign. Sacred White Buffalo Sanctuary. White Buffalo Calf. He looked at me and burst into a grin.
Hanging around with you is going to be fun.
We pulled into the driveway, paid the small fee, and there we were, eye to eye with the white buffalo calf. What did all this mean? We saw a man on a tractor, like the tractor I had been on during my near-death experience with grandmother Emma and my daughters. He drove up to us, crossed his arms, and leaned on the steering wheel. You folks got any questions? The tractor driver, Jim, began to tell us his story. One day, he and his wife were standing by as their pregnant female buffalo were birthing their babies, and one came out white. There's only a 1 in 5 million chance that 2 brown buffalo will create a white buffalo calf. It's easier to win the lottery. Soon after the birth of the white calf, droves of Native Americans began to arrive because of the prediction of White Buffalo Calf Woman, the legendary entity who brought the Native Americans their pipe tradition. In the Hopi and Lakota legends, she prophesied that peace would return to the people when the buffaloes began to birth white calves. When 7 generations of white buffalo calf were born, peace would return to the planet. Jim told us that he had 5 generations of white buffalo calf right then. He also said that for the traditional Native Americans, the birth of the white calf was like the second coming of Christ for Christians. I told him about my near-death experiences, the buffalo pipe I had in my possession, and how I acquired it. We asked if he would smoke the pipe with us. He said yes, and Bob went to get it out of the car. Jim brought out some sacred tobacco that a tribal member had given him. As we blessed the tobacco, I saw visions of the whole valley full of white buffalo. Jim and his wife and my future husband and I all smoked together, just as we lived and breathed for the same cause, peace. It was a good smoke at the sacred White Buffalo Sanctuary. As we drove to Los Angeles through the night, We wondered about the divine right timing of finding the sacred white buffalo sanctuary and the mystery of the eagle head. By the time we got to the California border, I couldn't see out my left eye. Quite frightened, Bob and I went to another emergency room. Had my not being able to shut my eye caused permanent damage? As we waited in the emergency room, I began to see visions of an eagle flying out of my third eye. While a doctor was finally examining my eyes, Bob burst out, "My fiancée gets visions and she keeps seeing an eagle flying out of her third eye." My doctor paused, with his examination tools in hand, then stopped altogether. I thought, here we go again. A born-again Christian is going to pluck my eyes out. With the look of awe on his face, this blue-eyed blonde doctor said quietly, "As you can see, I am a doctor. I never speak of this in this environment, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't either. But believe it or not, I've been dancing with the chiefs of the Eagles for 12 years. The chief told me that this year it is my turn to provide the eagle head, and I don't have one. It is supposed to come in a mystical way, and as I'm sure you can see, I don't have an ounce of Native American blood in me. If I were to get caught with any part of an eagle, it would be a $10,000 fine. I have a wife and 2 children, and a career to protect, but I know my path. One will come, but I'm getting nervous. I need one by tomorrow." I looked at Bob with my one good eye. "Go out to the car, Bob." The doctor continued to examine my eye. The cornea had dried, but thankfully there was no permanent damage. As the doctor gave me some drops to lubricate my exhausted eye, Bob walked back into the examining room and handed the shoebox to the doctor. Motioning him to open it, I told him the story of how he happened to be in possession of an eagle head. You should have seen his face. He went to his car and brought back a little hand-beaded, turtle-shaped wooden box. He thought he had bought it for his daughter, but now he knew it was for me. We all hugged, intuitively knowing that we would never see each other again. The next morning, it was Bob who had had a dream. He announced, "We are not going home to Beverly Hills yet. I have to take you to Mount Shasta." I slept most of the way. When we arrived, it was dark. Bob swung the car into the first lit hotel he could find. The receptionist sent us down the road to a little stone cabin behind another stone cabin that had a sign out front that read, "Archangel Michael Soul Therapy Center." Bob declared, "Well, I guess we'll be safe here." We went into the little town to look for some dinner, parked the car, and began to walk down the street. Without even thinking, I found myself inside a store. Bob saw me through the storefront talking to a woman. The sign over the window said, "Private Tour Guides." The door chimed as he entered behind me. "You give readings, don't you?" I asked the woman. She smiled. "Yes, I do." "Well, I need one right now." She smiled again. "I'm the only one here right now, so that won't be possible." "Well, get someone to mind the store." She smiled again. "Okay." Bob had never seen me like this. The new, assertive me had taken charge. He was hungry, but he wasn't going to miss this. About 20 minutes later, a friend of the store owner showed up. I was led to the back of the store. Mount Shasta was in full view through the window behind me. The woman lit the candle on the little table that was between us. "Have you had a reading before?" "Yes." She closed her eyes and began. "We knew each other during the time of Christ, and also as sisters in the clan that lived here at Mount Shasta. We had a soul agreement that we would meet here again during this lifetime. During the time of Christ, I was your metaphysical mentor. You were so clairvoyant as a child that you couldn't tolerate the magnitude of your visions. Have you been having visions, which you haven't told anyone, that you are the reincarnated daughter of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene? Yes, how did you know? I gasped. Our DNA is the Holy Grail. Don't worry. I helped you to store some of your knowing in etheric pockets of energy. We agreed that in this lifetime, we would go back in time to get those pockets of wisdom. Let us do that now. I felt myself travel back in time. I saw myself as a toddler retrieving these archives of wisdom as if I were a librarian taking books out of a library. Then the scene shifted to Mount Shasta. I was no longer a child. This woman, the woman who was doing my reading in the shop, was also with me in the archive, and she began to talk with me. She said that the people who once lived at Mount Shasta were descended from the children of Magdalene and Christ. These lineages were always peaceful and knew how to create sacred families that would be teachers of peace to future generations. Then the scene in my third eye abruptly shifted to present time. I was aware of sitting with Mount Shasta behind me, this powerful guide seated in front of me. She continued to speak. You will become very famous. Shirley MacLaine will help you. Go now. The reading is over. The woman and I hugged. I paid her. We left. As Bob and I walked down the street with our stomachs growling, we both shook our heads. How could all of that be true? Bob said,
I don't have any idea how to get in touch with Shirley MacLaine, but as soon as we get back to LA, I'm going to bring you to the Bodhi Tree bookstore in West Hollywood. That's the metaphysical bookstore that Shirley MacLaine made famous.
Within a week of being in Los Angeles, Bob brought me to the Bodhi Tree bookstore on Melrose Avenue. We met the events coordinator and scheduled a complimentary reading for her. If she liked my work, I would be able to give open forum readings at the Annex, an auxiliary building where book signings, classes, and workshops took place. Joanne did like my work, and I began to give readings once a month at the Bodhi Tree. In addition, Joanne and I became dear friends. But living in the famed 90210 zip code did not live up to its television reputation. I had thought that when I got to Southern California, there would be a lot of support for someone with my gifts. I thought I would finally be considered normal. I thought everyone in California would be as open-minded as the folks at the Bodhi Tree bookstore. I was wrong. Again. I did my private consultations and Reiki classes out of our house. Somebody found out that I communicated telepathically with babies and began trying to intimidate us. We never knew what we were going to find on our property. One time I found a broom and a mirror with the word Salem written backwards on it. And another time the words fucking psychic written in chalk in our driveway. I finally wrote up a flyer listing what I had been experiencing and asking the neighbors to keep an eye on my property. I put one on every car parked on the street. The next day, I received calls from neighborhood residents whom I had never met. These people were upset that such behavior was going on in their neighborhood. I took their advice and called the police. I was shocked when the police were at my home within 20 minutes. They said that what had been done to me was considered a hate crime. The Beverly Hills police do not take that lightly. Without any further action, the incidents stopped. I was outraged that it took such effort to protect myself from people who felt threatened by my spiritual gifts. In this convoluted, corrupted world, we keep propagating the patriarchal narrative, which allows it to continue to hold power over us. What we need to do is create a new narrative. A narrative where we as individuals honor our own knowing, rather than outsourcing our spiritual power to some other usurping authority. It is up to us. We must make a conscious choice. Will we continue to acquiesce to the system into which we were born, or will we exert our own will against the spiritual corruption that surrounds us? It is up to each of us to vindicate ourselves in the face of dismissal, disrespect, disempowerment, and disenfranchisement. We must reclaim our own power, our own authority, and then exercise it for our benefit and for the benefit of those who come after us. As I finalize these words to you and birth my own vindication, my body is literally quaking as if I had given birth to a child. But this child is my inner child, and I place her back in my own heart, and I will protect her because now I know how to protect her. When I began to write this book so many years ago, the driving question in my mind had long been, why are people like me seen as so peculiar? Now, finally, at the end of this writing journey, I believe I know the answer. People like me are seen as peculiar, strange, odd, confusing, dangerous, because we represent uncontrollable variables. We don't comply with established patterns. We don't conform to community expectations. Our very existence can be interpreted as a threat. So we go along to get along. We pretend we're the same as everyone else because that's safer. And it is safer until it's not. I pretended to be normal at great cost to my spiritual and mental health, which then exacted a tremendous toll on my physical health. I had to step away from normal to survive. Whenever I did that, whenever I expressed myself and made others aware of my gifts, someone, sometimes many people, would be frightened by that and challenge my right to speak out. I realize now that no one challenges our use of our unique gifts unless their own belief systems are being challenged by our exercise, our expression of those gifts. Their response is based in fear, the same fear that kept me from speaking up for so long. When it finally came down to a choice between continuing to pretend to be soul-crushingly normal versus evicting the toxic, power-thieving expectations from my life, I chose the latter so I could survive and live according to my own soul's purpose. Everything I share with you in this book is about my own process of confronting shame and fear and dismantling and deconstructing the harmful assumptions upon which our very existence is based. Assumptions which were imposed on us at birth to deter us from fulfilling our individual divine purposes. I share all of this with you because what I've learned from this experience is that instead of bequeathing patriarchy to our children at birth, we need to endow them intentionally and actively with their innate divinity. We need to help them to establish life patterns that allow them each to find their own path to claim their own soul's purpose. Anything else is a manifestation of the false hologram of patriarchy, which is not what God really intended for humans. We must all learn not to be afraid of the mystery of life, and we must understand that we are not alone. Although there are people and other species right here among us who do not always have our best interest in mind, others are also present who truly do. We must each develop the spiritual tools we need to discern the difference so we can scrap the lie and remember the truth, so we don't give our own power away. Giving our power away leads to the demise of the human race. Reclaim your power. Know what you want to create from your soul, and be discerning about what you want to allow into your spiritual and physical space. Learn to recognize your soul purpose. Be as peculiar as you need to be to live the life you need to live. Claim that energy and live it in joy. You're not alone. You've never been alone. We're here together, and together we can help each other to feel safe discovering and following our own authentic paths. Let's choose love and take it from there. Afterward. On May 3rd, 2003, I was still trying to finish writing this book when I was reminded of the divine plan. Bob and I, now married, had rented a cabin on Lake Tahoe in California. I had just come in from an early morning walk when my mother called. It was 6 a.m. my time. When I heard the phone ring that early in the morning, I thought someone must have died. My family knew no one was to call us unless it was an emergency. "Honey, did you see the news?" My mother sounded excited. "The old man of the mountain fell down. Remember when you were a little girl? You told me it would fall." "Yes, Mom, I do. You washed my mouth out with soap and took my doll away from me. Do you remember what I said it meant?" "Yes," she said sheepishly. "You said it would fall when it was time for people to remember their own knowing." "Well, honey, this time it was me who was precognitive. All last night, I kept dreaming that I was watching the old man in the mountain fall down the mountain, one rock at a time. It was like I could hear the rocks falling as I watched his face crumble. I was so sad, and I woke up thinking, I love that face so much. And then I turned on the news. Robin, I thought of you when you were a child. Now I understand what it's like to get visions. It is unnerving." "Yes, Mom, it is." Sometimes it's not so easy to joyfully follow our soul purpose. Bob and I had been together for over a decade when our first major relationship snafu occurred. Bob had a vision. It wasn't me this time. It was my husband. He woke up one morning and saw a blue being standing at the foot of the bed. He told me that the blue being told him to go to Mount Shasta. Bob then did something I had never before seen him do. It was a Wednesday, the day we do our live radio show. Bob has always been fastidiously professional about keeping the commitment to our loyal listening audience, our Mystic Radio family. Our live call-in radio show airs every Wednesday at noon Pacific time. But on this Wednesday, Bob asked for my blessing for him to send a recorded show to the station. Of course, I said yes. I reminded him of his favorite saying, "If you don't risk anything, you risk everything." He packed up his little red convertible, put the top down, and drove to Mount Shasta. He spent a week there by himself, discovering more of his own psychic abilities and experiencing what it would be like to live in Mount Shasta. When Bob got home, he was adamant that I needed to return with him to Mount Shasta. I was reminded of the psychic reading I'd received years earlier the first time I went there with Bob. Even with this reminder, I still was in denial that my soul was calling me back to Mount Shasta. I went, mostly to be supportive of Bob, not realizing what I was getting myself into. It seemed to me like Bob was in a frenzy or under a spell or something that I didn't yet understand. Before I knew it, and really before I had digested what I was doing, Bob and I were moving to Mount Shasta. At first, it was just supposed to be for a year. That was kind of exciting. The year was 2012. Who wouldn't want to spend that magical year on one of the most mystical mountains in the world? But then the mountain began to speak to us, quietly at first, gently. For anyone who has been called by the mystery of the mountain, you know what I mean. The messages from the mountain kept beckoning, becoming more frequent and more insistent. And then we began to get messages to buy a home, to live there full time. When we first moved to Mount Shasta, I thought it would be a short-term stay, or that we might buy property as an investment, or a house we would use as a vacation rental or something. Even Bob thought it would only be for a year or so. But after a few years went by, and Bob and I were still there, I realized that we had become full-time Mount Shasta residents. That was not what I had planned. I felt bamboozled. I fussed, I fumed, I kicked and screamed, figuratively. Well, maybe also literally, a little bit. I was mad at my spiritual guides and at my husband. Eventually, it started to make sense. I finally had met my match in the energies of the mountain itself. It was a force to be reckoned with. I felt like it had seduced Bob, but that it was trying to corral me into a pen like a wild horse. But it also had left the gate open. I could walk, or run, away if I wanted to. It was beckoning me to go deeper and deeper into my dream of an amigo relationship. I had to look into myself to ask, do I really want what I have asked for? An amigo relationship, adult to adult, with my husband? I knew it was the type of relationship I craved, but I didn't know how to make it happen. If I chose to stay there, I was going to have to do self-reflection on steroids. I had spent decades compartmentalizing all of my feelings so I could just keep putting one foot in front of the other, so I could survive. Then I'd enjoyed more than a decade of what felt like a non-stop, happy fantasy Disneyland kind of life with Bob. Now, all of that felt like it was coming to an end. We both sensed it, but in different ways. Bob and I both would have feelings erupt out of us, like we were the outlet for lava from the volcano that we were now living on. We needed help. We went to marriage counseling. It was a very unsexy, extremely vulnerable time, but we needed to do the work to bring about the spiritual resurrection of our marriage. Like the lotus that struggles to emerge from dark, dank mud, Bob and I needed to discover whether we had what it would take to nurture our relationship into the full flower of a mature marriage. Working with a trained professional, we were able to sort out our individual feelings and our priorities so we could figure out how to stay together in the same place and both be at peace with the options and our choices. Bob had come to his decision easily. He felt directed by his guides to make the move permanent and readily accepted their inspiration. That's not my style. It never has been. While Bob started to rearrange his thinking to accommodate this new push from the cosmos, I paused. As always, and especially in this situation, I needed to take my time to feel into the pace, pitch, and tone of such a profound change. I needed to feel that I truly had a choice about what and how I would move forward in my life. Did I really want to do this? When I finally realized that we were two adults, each doing our best to follow our individual spiritual guidance, I was able to calm down. Past mistakes weren't repeating themselves as I had feared they might be doing. Rather, I was being invited to see that living in Mount Shasta would be good for my soul, even though my soul had been very happy where we were before. I hadn't fallen into a patriarchal trap. I had been invited to follow my soul, my mate, and my earthly mission to the spiritual energy hub that is Mount Shasta. Ultimately, we decided to continue our journey together, to grow in Mount Shasta. We both had serious backed-up emotional trauma that was not going to be ignored anymore. Thankfully, we showed up for ourselves and for each other as genuine adults. We are two people happily growing old together. Bob and I now have a safe, comfortable, nurturing home that we remodeled. When we bought it as a foreclosure, it was none of those things. It had a hole in the roof, the basement wasn't finished, there were no appliances, no heating system. And now, well, now I am typing these words to you from a magnificent stone room built into the side of Mount Shasta. It is a healing portal. The portal was always there, but I found it. Or it found me. Whichever way it unfolded, I invite you to please feel the vibe and find the hope in your soul to create whatever is your own heart's desire, and to recognize it when it arrives. Never give up. Epilogue. My mother died on December 29th, 2018. The last time I visited her, we were talking about how she had given diamonds to everyone else, but to me she gave her mother's ring, a gold ring with birthstones for each of her children, with a note saying what an amazing mother I am. That meant the world to me. She called me the metaphysical mother. My sweet daughter was there too. She gave me a beautifully framed quote that reads, "Between a mother and daughter, there's a special loving tie that binds them to each other. As the days and years go by, a very close relationship that's not like any other, which makes a daughter proud and glad to say, 'Yes, she's my mother.'" As I had these precious last moments with my mother and my daughter, I thought about the science and wonder of pregnancy. When my mother was in her mother's womb, the egg that created my body was in my mother's body as she developed in my grandmother's womb. And then my daughter's egg that created her body was in my body as I developed in my mother's womb. And then when I was pregnant with my daughter, she carried the egg that provided my grandson's body. And so life goes on. Grandmother, mother, daughter, son. We travel in each other's wombs. Eggs, blood, spirit. The creation of divine family life begins with pregnancy and the promise of new life. I still have in a frame something my mother handed me the last time I visited her. It's a tattered piece of recycled 8.5 by 11 paper with other things written on the reverse side. And on the front side, she had written what she wanted me to include in my story. She had written the conclusion for me. This is what it says. Mother looked up from the printed page and tears glistened in her eyes. "Robin," she said, "this scares me to pieces. God truly did have a special purpose for you. I'm sorry for all the years I questioned your psychic abilities. I am sorry for all the years you have wasted trying to please all of us who didn't believe." Mother got up and went to her desk. Drawers opened and closed. Papers rustled. She turned and came back to stand in front of me. She handed me a pen and some paper. "Write," she said. "God willed it." Acknowledgements. Every now and then, a stranger comes along and becomes your best friend and advocate. Such was the case with me when I met Todd Swenson. He introduced me to a woman named Anne. Anne hired me to go on a trip with her to Ireland and England as her psychic companion. While on this business trip, I met Bob Bordenero, who used his intuitive senses to create the opportunity for us to get to know each other. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Bob. As I reflect back over our long-term relationship, I have no doubt that if I hadn't met Bob and moved to Beverly Hills with him in 2002, I would not have gathered the courage to tell my story. Before I could tell my story, I had to leave the area where generations of my family had lived. I had to move across the country and away from my children and away from the only life I had ever known. Through all of this change and growth, no matter where I live, no matter how long we've been apart, and no matter how far apart we may be geographically, I also learned to let my extended family know how much I love them. I learned that clear and loving communication is essential to the survival of all of our relationships. This is the legacy I am working to build. A legacy of change and hope for future generations, not only for my biological family, but for all people everywhere. After all, we are a global family. Thank you, dear reader, for joining me on my journey as I finally feel safe telling my story. May it inspire you to find the gift of your own soul song. Robin Alexis. Thank you for listening. We hope you've enjoyed this audio version of Spirit Lady, The Gift of Robin Song. This audiobook was recorded at Reed's Recordings in Campbell, California. If you would like to know more about Robin Alexis and her other compelling books and services, please visit robinalexis.com.